大家早安，欢迎莅临 APO 智慧制造生态系高峰。
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International Forum for Ecosystem on Smart Manufacturing. The forum will begin shortly. Please remember to switch your cell phone to silent mode. Distinguished guests, good morning. Welcome to the International Forum for Ecosystem on Smart Manufacturing. I am Betty Chen. I will be your MC for today. In the advent of Industrial 4.0, using smart technology to engage in digital transformation has been the next wave, and this is a necessary path for all industry developments. Over the past 2 years, the international supply chain has been impacted heavily by the pandemic, and this has also caused smart manufacturing to become a key issue and to be in the spotlight. The organizer, CPC, has therefore invited numerous companies well known in this field to share how they strengthen the supply chain, the manufacturing system, and to share actual case studies so that we can have a better understanding of how smart manufacturing moves forward. Would like to take this opportunity to share with you how the new platform is used. We'd now like to roll call the distinguished guests for today and welcome them to wave hello to everyone. First off, let's welcome Mr. Xu Shenxiong, Chairman of China Productivity Center, APO Director for the Republic of China. Mr. Zheng Hualü, Director General of the Industrial Development Bureau of Ministry of Economic Affairs. We also have another distinguished guest who is also with us online. That is Dr. AKP Mokhtam, Secretary General of the Asia Productivity Organization, who is joining us online. We'd like to welcome Mr. Minghuang Lai, Counselor of the Ministry of Transportation and Communication. Deputy Administrator Qichuan Ran of the Workforce Development Agency, the Zhongzhang Division of the Ministry of Labor. President Lai from Precision Machinery Development Research Center, Consultant O from the Taiwan Electrical and Electronic Manufacturers Association, Executive Director Chen from the Taiwan Federation of Industry, Chairman Jiang from the Taichung Industrial Park Association, Honorary Chairman Yang and Executive Director of Taichung City Chamber of Commerce, Chairman Zhang of the Taichung City Precision Machinery Innovation Technology Park. We would also now like to welcome Honorary Chairman Yang from the Taichung City Chamber of Commerce. Let's now welcome Chairman Liu of the Taichung Toy Manufacturers Association. Honorary Chairman Luo from the Elevator Association of ROC, who's also the winners of the Taichung Golden Hand Association Award. Honorary Chairman Hong from the Taichung Port Technology Industrial Park, TPTIP. Dean Lin from the Mint University of Science and Technology AI Academy, Executive Director and Chief Consultant Wang from China Productivity Center, and finally, President Baochen Zhang of China Productivity Center. It is our honor and pleasure to have all the distinguished guests with us, and it is once again a pleasure to have your support. We'd now like to invite Chairman Xu from CPC to give us an opening remark. Let's now welcome Chairman Xu. Director General Liu from the Industrial Development Bureau, Dr. Mokhtan, Secretary General of APO, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends from the industry, friends in the media, good morning. It is truly a great pleasure for me to be here today. With the assistance of APO and the APO platform, it is a great honor for us to hold the International Forum for Ecosystem on Smart Manufacturing today. I see many familiar faces in the audience, and I'm glad to see that you are all energetic and looking forward to the future. I thank you for your efforts in promoting the industry and the new trend. And I see that the pandemic has actually not tarnished your high spirits. So I thank you and applaud your contributions. APO is an innovator and a key platform in promoting productivity in Asia. We have currently 21 members, with ROC being one of its founders. The China Productivity Center has also played the role of the Center for APO in Taiwan, in ROC, Taiwan. We have been working together diligently with all the member countries to promote productivity and to move ahead in fields including digital transformation and various forums. The APO Secretariat and Industrial Development Bureau has provided great assistance to us, and we're able to establish the Center of Excellence on Green Productivity many years ago, and in 2019, the Center of Excellence on Smart Manufacturing. With these two Center of Excellences, we have been serving as the hub for industry transformation and green production. We've also worked together with the various productivity centers in Asia to provide training, technology exchange, industrial exchanges, as well as matchmaking. And we look forward to providing more exchange in terms of green productivity and smart machinery. This all falls within the APO goal of increasing productivity and moving the industry forward. As I was chatting with my peers, exchanging business cards, I am deeply touched by all your contribution in this industry, and I am humbled by your presence. I thank you all once again for your efforts in pushing this industry forward and taking us to the next level. And it is a pleasure for me to see so many key contributors here in the audience today. Speaking of productivity improvements. We, of course, want to connect with the government policies in the various areas. The government has moved forward with the 5+2 innovation plan to connect the future, connect the world, and to connect the local presence. On December 8th, President Tsai has clearly stated that smart machinery is actually the fastest growing element in the 5+2 development plan. CPC has already enabled a smart machinery consultant team, and this has been established because of your help. We are able to combine IoT, smart manufacturing, as well as related certification processes. We've also worked with SMEs to focus on lean management and strengthen digital linkages in order to move towards a digital transformation. For the Asian Silicon Valley concept, we've also established the digital transformation management team on excellence. We combined the supply chain on AI and the government's application plans to utilize government resources and provide consultancy services for enterprises to engage in new endeavors. We've also provided the iBench and the Xbench evaluation system for free to assist companies to engage in digital transformation. In terms of new agricultural practices, we've also created a local management team on excellence to provide agricultural information via the new information platform and to share the new agricultural technologies. We've worked with farmers to promote smart agriculture. And also I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Council of Agriculture and related government agencies for their help in instilling new energy into the agricultural sector. In terms of the cycle economy and linking SMEs, we've also established a management team that is interregional and integrates the entire ecosystem to renew the value chain through management plans, innovative structures, brand marketing, as well as channel deployments. We hope to seek a new market for all the companies involved. Of course, talents are key in terms of company innovation and industry transformation. If you look at the Chinese character for company, if you take the component that means a human away, then the remaining character actually means halt or stop. So this means that talents and the humans' power is actually essential to the sustainability of a company. So we've established a management team on learning and self-study. We want to provide more practical concepts, ideas to give the companies a better understanding of what to do in this changing era. We've also established a talent bank for the local companies. The APO Secretariat has engaged in a business recovery plan after the COVID-19 in order to help the member countries accumulate energy and move forward once the pandemic has abated. This is a sound concept, and CPC has poured all its efforts into supporting this concept to build a strong ecosystem. We will continue to work with the APO member countries in the future to further promote productivity and to expand the impacts in the entire industry so that we can create value through further integration. We expect that in the future, the global supply chain will restructure itself, and we need to take this opportunity to make or to give the manufacturing industry in RC a competing chance in the global arena. Once again, I'd like to thank our partners for sharing your knowledge and for your selfless contributions. President Zhang, from my understanding, has also worked day in and day out in promoting productivity, in making sure that integration is in place, and to make sure that all the companies can work together. So once again, I'd like to thank all your contributions. And with your support, the China Productivity Center will definitely be able to move forward and align itself with the APO concept and goals. As my final note, I'd just like to thank the RC government for your support. And also like to thank the support of our friends in the industry. It is truly an honor and pleasure for us to be part of making the manufacturing industry in Taiwan a force to be reckoned in the global market. Thank you very much. I wish you success and prosperity.
Thank you, Chairman Xi, for your words of encouragement. As Chairman Xi mentioned, it's very important for us to get together so that we can join hands in creating an ecosystem for smart manufacturing. Let's thank Chairman Xi once again. It's also our great honor to have invited Dr. A.K.P. Martin, Secretary General of the APO. Because of the pandemic, Secretary General Martin cannot be here with us personally, but we are very grateful because of the importance he attached to this event. He has prepared, he has recorded a message for us.
CPC President Paul Cheng Cham, Fairfront Group Chairman Jimmy Chu, distinguished guests, and productivity champions and friends. Greetings from Tokyo. It is an honor for me to attend this International Forum for Ecosystem on Smart Manufacturing organized by the CPC. While regretfully I am appearing only virtually, I would like to say that I am very much encouraged by the forward-looking initiative by the CPC as the APO's Center of Excellence on Smart Manufacturing to enhance support for the digital upgrading of industries. Since last year, the COVID-19 pandemic has severely affected every aspect of our lives. It has been a very challenging time for the world, but it has also facilitated many changes. People are adopting smarter ways of working and socializing. Governments collaborating to ensure the health and safety of citizens, and enterprises striving to build resilience and create new values through innovation. During this process, digital transformation has become indispensable for business to stay efficient, adapt with flexibility, and increase productivity. The pursuit toward a digital transformation, however, is not without challenges. Solution providers are needed to identify suitable digital technologies and tools, system integrators to develop and connect to advanced applications, government agencies to provide and connect to advanced applications and support schemes, research institute and academia to explore better solutions, industry associations to raise awareness, and most important, for the companies themselves to build digital literacy and capabilities and identify market opportunities. A well-connected, supportive ecosystem is therefore critical for achieving smart transformation. As the COE on smart manufacturing, the CPC has been supporting APO members in their Industry 4.0 journeys. I'm very pleased that the CPC is expanding its smart manufacturing scope to ecosystems involving external and internal networks. This will lay a solid foundation for smart industries in the ROC and throughout the Asia-Pacific region. I hope that all stakeholders will join this CPC initiative and contribute their expertise. Let me close my remarks by congratulating the CPC on developing this smart manufacturing ecosystems initiative and wishing the forum a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary General Moulton, for your message. As Dr. Moulton mentioned, we set up a COE on smart manufacturing in the ROC so that we can help transform the digital, can help achieve digital transformation. For the prosperous development of smart manufacturing, we need government support. Now, let's welcome Director General Zheng Hualü of Industrial Development Board to give us a welcoming remark. Chairman Xu of CPC, Councillor Cai of MOTC, and also presidents, directors, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm very happy to be here in Taichung to participate in today's forum of smart manufacturing ecosystem. In the opening remark of Chairman Xi, we can tell that CPC has played a very important role in enhancing productivity and promoting smart manufacturing, including the cultivation of talents. This time, due to the efforts of CPC, we can enjoy the results, as Secretary General Moulton just mentioned. We've been thinking about how we can leverage the ecosystem of smart manufacturing amidst the pandemic, so that we can create a competitive industrial environment. Speaking of ecosystem, I'd like to bring this to. I'd like to inform you that we have two centers of excellence, including COE on GP and also COE on smart manufacturing. CPC has been operating these two centers of excellence, and at this juncture, the vision of CPC is further highlighted due to the pandemic. We know that green productivity from now on until 2050, green productivity is a challenge that no company can afford to ignore. And we have been promoting green productivity for that reason. In view of the trend of Industry 4.0, we made a proposal because I was a deputy director at APO at that time. I worked with my colleagues so that we proposed that we could set up the Center of Excellence on Manufacturing in the ROC, and that's why we set up the this organization. At that time, we had no idea that the pandemic would take place. However, during the full swing of the pandemic, thanks to our joint efforts, we have done a good job in pandemic control. As a result, we are not affected by the pandemic too much. In the beginning, we managed to mass produce masks, and then we managed to protect the safety of the citizens. Thanks to the dedication and efforts of all the citizens, we can continue to receive and fulfill purchase orders from overseas. And also, not only can we meet domestic demands, but also we can sell our excellent products to different parts of the world. And smart manufacturing at this juncture is a very important subject matter. For advanced countries, even though they have lifted the lockdown, but in Austria, they resumed the lockdown. And also, in Malaysia also has suffered from a lockdown because of there was no enough workforce available, and they could not test the ICs that have been packaged. As a result, there has been a shortage of ICs. I'm sure that many of you have experienced shortages in terms of the supplies of cargo space and raw materials. So I think this just highlights the importance of resilience in the supply chain. That's why, so that we can respond to changing environment. And also, we need to be very agile so that our crisis can be transformed into business opportunities. I was told by CPC that CPC was seeking to apply for the forum regarding the ecosystem for smart manufacturing. Today, in our forum, after the forum, CPC will conduct a series of activities and events on smart manufacturing, and this also echoes the importance of smart machinery in the 5+2 government initiative in the ROC. Currently, we have 6 strategic industries in Taiwan. Machinery is the mother of industry. If we can do a good job in promoting the machinery industry, we can enhance the manufacturing base of the ROC. So if we can, and then we can make achievements in smart manufacturing so that we can ensure the further upgrades of various industries. That's why we are promoting digital transformation. We hope that this kind of technologies can be introduced in the food industry, the textile industry, or even the stock making industry, so that different industries can benefit from the inclusion or the introduction of the digital technology, so that they can also achieve digital transformation. Even though different companies may have different degrees of digitization. That's why the Industrial Development Bureau has set up a service team for digital transformation. And CPC plays a very important role in the government's policy implementation, and also E3 and the Institute of Plastics Research. We have worked with various organizations to provide consultation to the companies in Taiwan. So if we can create an ecosystem for smart manufacturing with all your efforts, with the assistance of the various presidents and directors, and for example, the former president of the association in Taichung, and also a lot of very important heavyweights in the industries. Thanks to your assistance, and also thanks to the existing system in Taiwan, we have sustained a very good results in terms of our export. But we can enjoy the results because we have done a good job. We have done our share as an individual and as companies. We hope that more and more transformation can take root in different companies so that they will become better, the country will become better. And in the face of Thanksgiving, and this is a time for us to offer our appreciation, I'd like to wish good health and prosperity to all of you. Thank you very much, Director General, for your wonderful remarks. And also thank you for joining us out of your very busy schedule. So, as you said, I think we should create an ecosystem for smart manufacturing, particularly in the midst of the pandemic. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to introduce the ecosystem for smart manufacturing. Through the introduction, I hope that you can understand how we can create a ecosystem for that. Let's welcome President Bao Chenzhang of CPC to give us an introduction.
Chairman Shi of China Productivity Center, Director General Liu from Industrial Development Bureau, Secretary General Dr. Mokton from APO, our distinguished guests online and distinguished guests in the room. Well, good morning. We have many important contributors to the industry today in this room, and I'd like to thank you for your participation and for your attendance. First of all, on behalf of all my colleagues in CPC, I'd like to thank you for your attendance at the International Forum for Ecosystem on Smart Manufacturing. I'd like to give you a brief introduction of the ecosystem on smart manufacturing today. Chairman Shi and Director General Liu has given a clear overview, and therefore I'll be providing a summary here. So I'll be giving a summary of the ecosystem, of the structure, as well as the members. So I'll be splitting my presentation into three parts. The first, we'd like to talk about the background and the goal. We are all familiar with the APO platform, and I'd like to take this opportunity to share our role in the APO space. I'd also like to talk about the Center of Excellence concepts, as well as goals and targets for this plan. So the APO platform is the Asia Productivity Organization. The APO was established in 1961. It's a non-profit and non-political international organization. Currently, there are 21 member economies or member countries, and most ASEAN countries are within the APO. My take is that in the APO, the concept is like a small United Nations for Asian countries, and this organization has great influence over all Asian countries. We are represented as ROC in the APO, and we have countries like Bangladesh, Cambodia, Indonesia, Japan, Australia. I've listed all the countries here, and it's actually the 60th anniversary of the APO. And because of the pandemic, the celebrations will be postponed to next year, and the ROC will be holding a huge ceremony to celebrate the 60th anniversary of the APO next year. The principle and statement of the APO is to increase the productivity for the Asia-Pacific region to provide sustainable developments in the economy. And this actually is an early concept of an ecosystem as it emphasizes inclusivity and innovation. The APO structure is led by the governing body meeting, the GBM. And the GBM is held by the member countries in May. On average, the representative for ROC is Chairman Xu of CPC, and the deputy representative is Mr. Liu, who are both in this forum today. There's also a workshop meeting for the heads of the MPO. It's also held by the country, or the member countries. In sequence. And under the GBM, we have the Secretariat. The current Secretary General is Dr. Mokhtar from Indonesia. And Dr. Mokhtar has been very supportive of the CPC as well. In terms of the industry representative, I am the representative. And for the agriculture aspect, we have a representative from the Council of Agriculture of the RC government. And the APO aims to provide a well-rounded service for all its member countries through this platform. Chairman Xu and Director General Liu has both mentioned the Center of Excellence. So in 2013, we applied and was approved for the establishment of the Green Productivity Center of Excellence. When the UK economist peers talked about green productivity many years ago, this has been a trend that the various countries have been following, and among which productivity is actually one of the key concepts, because when we move forward, we must go for green productivity. And this is an area that we simply cannot neglect. The Industry Development Bureau, the academy, those in the academia and the industry have supported us diligently. And when we applied for the Green Center of Excellence on Green Productivity, we were approved. And we've also worked with countries like India, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam in promoting green productivity. And in 2019, we further applied for a Center of Excellence on smart manufacturing. In the past, manufacturing is focused on B2B or B2C, but with the change in the consumer practice, we'll be going to C2B, and this is also built upon the Industry 4.0 concept that was first introduced by Germany. So how do we move into Industry 4.0? We actually need to make sure that the entire industry is elevated, and they need a sound platform and a foundation to move up. Therefore, with the great support from Director General Liu, we applied for the Center of Excellence on Smart Manufacturing. Currently, there are currently two centers. We are the only member country that has two Center of Excellences. And we'd like to thank the APO and the APO Secretariat and Dr. Mokhtar for his support in allowing us to have two Center of Excellences. For the Center of Excellence on Smart Manufacturing, we have worked with Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam, etc. if we go to the basement of this building, we actually have a demonstration site that's already established. And it's a site that can be used to provide a visual example of smart manufacturing. But because of the pandemic, we are unable to invite friends from foreign countries to visit us. But once the pandemic abates, this will serve as a suitable training ground for friends from afar. So if we go back to the current challenges, Dr. Mokhtar was very insightful in promoting productivity during this era because, as he said, we need to be prepared for when the economy recovers. And CPC rose to that statement and has provided a business recovery and renewal plan so that the businesses and manufacturing industry can have innovative insight into the future. We have established the APO Smart Manufacturing Ecosystem that includes consultancy, training, methodology, system, and talents. And with that, we hope to provide a roadmap for the businesses. Dr. Mokhtar has supported us with this plan, and we are now announcing this plan at the forum today. So to give a better understanding, the manufacturing industry in Taiwan has faced many challenges over these years, and under the new norm, we see that the supply chain is often segmented, and the supply chain that was once reliable in the past may actually become very segmented in the current era. So they need to have independently working supply chains, a continued presence in the businesses, and what's most important, smart decision making, because when we look at the development of the economy, the upgrade of the industry is a never-ending process. In the past, about 200 years ago, Adam Smith talked about the wealth of nations. And there are actually several levels in this concept. We have productivity at the national level, productivity at the industrial level, productivity at the continental level, and productivity at the personal level. It's not just simply an input equals output concept, but rather we need to level up the entire system because every segment is interlinked today and every aspect is connected towards productivity. Therefore, in the current era, in the new norm, we have to go digital. Over the past years, smart manufacturing used to be a vision and a target. But what we learned from the past was that we need to mend up the digital gap as quickly as possible, because that's actually the biggest challenge. I've mentioned more than once in articles and in presentations that upgrading the system is important, but you have to make sure that the systems talk to each other. You have to make sure that the systems communicate with each other. So if you have time, you can come visit our demonstration site, and we will show you that simply buying the latest equipment is not enough. You have to make sure that the equipment fits into your management system, into your production system, and that they actually are able to communicate with each other. So for an ecosystem like this, we're not just talking about a computer system or a management system, but it's actually the integration of all. And this is all under the umbrella of improving productivity, increasing efficiency, and thus forming a platform or an ecosystem of all the interconnected systems. With limited time and resources, we need to create more value for the members. And the only way to do that is to make sure that the resources can be reused and the resources do not overlap each other. That's the concept we had when establishing such an ecosystem. If you look at the history, such an ecosystem was actually raised by an ecologist from the UK in 1935, and that is treating the business cycle as an ecosystem means that this system will eventually enter an equilibrium, and this was further converted into a business model in 1993 by Dr. Moore, and that's the business ecosystem concept. Therefore, for any system, we need contributors and facilitators. So for such an ecosystem, we have invited APO to work with CPC in becoming the facilitator. And with the help of the Industrial Development Bureau, we want to serve as the seeds and allow such an ecosystem to prosper and blossom. But for it to blossom, we need the assistance and involvement of all our friends in the industry that would serve as the foundation of this ecosystem. Therefore, today, we have invited all these important members who can serve as the foundation of this ecosystem with us today, who are our most important partners. And with the roadmap of the ecosystem in place, you can actually see actual examples of how it's working. In 2018, we've actually established a ecosystem for kitchen appliances, and we worked with Malaysia in creating this platform. The integration was very successful and provided solutions for these companies. And in 2019, we also worked with Indonesia and Thailand to establish a clean air ecosystem. Many of countries are plagued by heavy air pollution, but this ecosystem includes the evaluation, the remedies, as well as the monitoring. And this is, of course, on the public space. And this has provided great solutions for the companies and also further promoted the willingness of SMEs in Taiwan to participate in these actual plans and not just simply participate in exhibitions.
In 2019, in our smart manufacturing experience dojo, which is in the basement of this facility, we created a MES ecosystem, and we also demonstrated the system so that the participants can witness how it works. And this shows that by promoting the ecosystem, we can promote fine products from Taiwan. And this is a feasible idea. And because of that, I can tell you that Boston Consulting Group, which is a very well-known consulting company, in 2019, it came out with an integrated solution. In an ecosystem, you need to be mutually beneficial. You need to it has to be operated under a joint vision. So you can see different models. We use a solution ecosystem. That is the model that is being implemented by CPC. And by doing so, we can integrate resources, and all the participants can contribute their capacity, and also they can complement their inadequacies. So as a result, we can create an ecosystem like this. But we need to understand the congregation or the communities of key industries. And we have conducted a lot of market research and integrate the various demands. And we also study the communities of different technologies. And then we come up with a business model that is mutually beneficial to the members and all their partners. Here in the ecosystem, they played roles that basically complement each other. And then we can work with APO members. We're not just talking about B2B or C2B concepts. Ultimately, it will be a B2G. What do I mean by that? Our companies will link with productivity organizations linked to the government and also research institutes linked to national governments. And this has allow us to make breakthroughs through our diplomatic difficulties. And also, we have visited various companies to win their support, and we have invited 12 companies that agree to our models, and they are willing to help SMEs in the ROC and in helping APO member countries to embark on the journey of smart manufacturing. We hope that in the course of implementing this concept, we hope that we can jointly create business opportunities and also new opportunities in the international arena. We need to link different visions. For example, our COE on GP, we have many companies that have invested in India and also in Thailand. In Thailand, they have dealing with problems of handling or waste disposal. In the past, they shipped their waste to mainland China, but this is no longer possible, and they don't have enough capability to deal with their waste. But in Taiwan, we have very mature technologies, and by working with Thailand, we can create a lot of opportunities. So we are also creating an ecosystem for this kind of a green productivity. So you can see that through trans-industry cooperation with CPC as the platform, through IDB as a government agency, and also through the support of APO, we can further promote the ecosystem. But we hope that also through the information system like this, the COE on smart manufacturing has already set up a website. All the results will be visible on the website. And also we have APO News here. APO News will make periodic publications about the major conclusions or findings of various projects. Also, in the compendium of our ecosystem achievements, we have an MKC platform, which is a knowledge management platform. CPC excel in management know-how. And this website has been popular and has been visited by millions of visitors per month. And we have another magazine which is called Capability that also contains articles about capacity building relating to the ecosystem. I'd like to recommend this book to you. In the past, the manufacturing sector imported manufacturing machinery from Japan. And they have developed long-term relationship with consulting firms in Japan for 3 or 4 decades. Now, the title of the book is about future smart manufacturing. And CPC has a similar book like this, and this book can echo or can showcase our important concepts. And last month, we also conducted an online forum similar to what the book describes. The focus is on the linkage between smart manufacturing and IoT. There are different bottlenecks and challenges in Japan, and the situation is very similar to what Taiwan is facing. And also the book contains different case studies. This book actually is, this book shows that we are now on the right path. We hope that through collaboration, we can achieve evolution, and we can become organic. And also, we can achieve an international network through the CEO network. In the future, we have a lot of challenges. That's why we need to have an international network. Now, for the interest of time, I'd like to have just briefly introduce the functions of APO. And also, I have introduced the important concepts, but it seems to me that I just skipped one slide. This is the focus of today's forum. We have different modules that are important. The first is smart manufacturing, and also in smart factories and smart management. CPC provides consultation, diagnosis, and training services, and also Fair Friend Group. President Lin of Fair Friend Group is also here with us. He's going to cover the details. And Silin Electric, I'm really grateful that they have donated some equipment which we have set up. Maybe you can pay a visit to our B1 to look at the equipment, and also Y Advance, and also Schneider Electric, CADEX, and Caman Technologies, and also Aerotech and ICPDS. Well, I think you can listen to more details when you listen to their presentation, and also Shuyo Enterprise. And also Aerotech. I think you can see the robotic arm in the dojo. All these systems are Japanese systems, and also Onward Security Corporation. CPC is a foundation with a limited capacity, but we have great responsibilities to contribute to the upgrade of the industries. But we are able to do so thanks to the support from the government, also from our partners in businesses. In the beginning of last year, or the beginning of this year, we received ISO 27001 certification for cybersecurity. So we will continue to move forward. And more importantly, we will work with you to overcome difficulties. COVID-19 has become a new normal. In the future, businesses will have to make great changes. In the past, we profit from innovation, from our management expertise. But now we have to, a lot of us have forgotten the importance of the management. Management is really still key to success. I hope that through our exchanges, we can benefit from each other. and we can also link with APO members. And recently, Dr. Moulton just mentioned that even though our technology has shortened the distance, because we have more and more frequent meetings, online meetings, and as a result, our impact has been expanded, because we are able to cover more grounds in a short period of time. Now, I'd like to thank you once again for your participation. I'd like to thank also the government for the support, including the workforce agency of the Ministry of Labor Affairs, and also the academia, the associations of industries. I just met a representative from a company, and he said that his company has received consultation from CPC for over 2 decades. I think by working together, we can continue to move forward. Thank you very much, Mr. President Zhang, for your presentation. I know that I'm sure that through his presentation, you have learned. Gain a further understanding of the ecosystems here. Let's thank President Zhang once more. To create an ecosystem for smart manufacturing, we need support of many key enterprises. Let's welcome the corporate representatives of Forumfor Group for the ecosystem keystone companies. But Chairman Lin cannot join us, so President Lin is going to say a few words on his behalf. Chairman Xu of CPC, Dr. Moulton, Secretary General of APO, and also Director General Liu of IDB, Councilor Lai of MOTC, and also Vice Director General Ran of Ministry of Labor, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and also friends from the media. My name is Qin Yulin from Forumfor Group. I'm here on behalf of Chairman Lin to share the vision of Forumfor Group with you. We are happy to join the ecosystem for smart manufacturing and become a keystone contributor. We are very grateful for CPC's support.
So as we move forward with a new concept, we believe we need to move away from the traditional tool machine manufacturer, but into a more customer-oriented mentality, as the needs in the market has changed, and we're moving from a more traditional siloed model into a more cooperative and partnership-oriented industry. So as we look at the post-pandemic era, we see issues like labor movement as well as other challenges ahead. But we need to integrate the maintenance, the management, and the digital systems of factories in order to meet these challenges. So from the business aspect, we also need to look at global deployment as well as interactions between trading partners. And thus, we will be giving birth to a new ecosystem. Of course, we also like to thank the Industry Development Bureau for their assistance in this field for the Going South policy. From the government, we believe this actually is a new opportunity for the industry. Taiwan has always played an important role in the component manufacturer industry, and we've also served as a key player in the supply chain. In big data, we have been able to service different customers at the same time in the past, and with new technology we'll be able to even do that better. With FFG has over 37 tool machine brands that provide services in over 10 countries. We have 3 groups. We're considered the 3rd largest group in the world. Our German brand Mark was actually part of the founding members in the Industry 4.0 concept. So we have actually started Industry 4.0 fairly early we've developed the Industry 4.0 department, but last year it was renamed the Smart Manufacturing Department because we want to focus further in smart manufacturing, smart machinery. We talked about big data and how IoT or even digital twins can assist the future business model. But this would actually all be covered in the roadmap for the future. So other than upgrading our business, we also want to help our customers engage in digital transformation. Fairfriend Group definitely wants to use ourselves as an example to work with others, with CPC, with Cadmin, CADEX, ICPDS, Shuyo, JMM Media Corporation, Auratech Corporation, Or Security, Schneider Electric, Advance, Shin Electric and Engineering Corporation, and to work together in this ecosystem platform that has been built by CPC. We believe in Taiwan, this will serve as a sound foundation for us to integrate our resources and to provide a top quality service to our friends overseas. Other than improving our business, we also focus on sustainable development. We look at carbon neutrality and carbon capture, as reducing our carbon footprint has always been a top priority. Our chairman is also the chairman of the Green Energy Association. Therefore, going green has to be a top priority for Fairfriend Group. We actually invited the deputy chair of Industry Technology and Research Institute to a meeting last night to talk about green productivity and going green. And ESG is definitely one of the keys for companies in the future. Once again, I'd like to thank CPC and the co-organizers for holding the International Forum for Ecosystem on Smart Manufacturing. I thank all the contributors and our friends in the audience, and let's move forward together. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank General Manager Lin for his wonderful presentation. As Mr. Lin has mentioned, moving forward with green productivity and carbon footprint in mind, we need the help of all to make this happen. We'd now like to move forward with the plaque presentation ceremony. We'd like to once again invite Chairman Xu back on the stage. We'll be presenting the plaque of appreciation to Dr. Mokton. But since Dr. Mokton is unable to be with us today, we'd like to have Dr. Zhang to accept the plaque on behalf of Dr. Mokton. So let's invite Chairman Xu and Dr. Zhang. The plaque of appreciation is now presented to Dr. Chang on behalf of Dr. Mokton. Let's give Dr. Chang and Dr. Mokton another round of applause. I'd like to thank Chairman Xi and President Zhang. Next, we will be moving forward with the Ecosystem on Smart Manufacturing MOU signing ceremony. As we have heard in the opening remarks, smart manufacturing ecosystem will serve as a sound foundation for the local companies in this field to provide better services to all customers. We'll now be inviting all the ecosystem partners. And as you can see on the stage, we have the names of your companies on the stage. So when you hear your name called, please place the sticker that we have given to you onto the board. So the first will be Dr. Zhang, President of China Productivity Center. Please apply your plaque onto the board. Next, we'd like to invite Junior Manager Lin from the Intelligent Manufacturing and Data Services Division of Fair Friend Group. Next, we'd like to invite Director Tian from Shilling Electric Engineering Corporation. Dr. Xia, President of Wide Advanced Technology Company. General Manager Lin from Schneider Electric Taiwan. President Yang from Cadman Taiwan Auto Design Company. General Manager Yu from Cadex Technology Company. General Manager Chen from ICP DAS. President Xu from Shuyo Enterprise Company. President Xiao from my team and JM Media Corporation. President Zhu from Orotech Corporation. Vice President Chen from Onward Security Corporation. The plaques with their individual signatures have all been applied to the board. Would like to ask all the distinguished guests to stand to the sides of the board in the middle so that we can see all your signatures. So I'd like to invite the distinguished guests to move closer to me a bit. And now I'd like to invite Chairman Xu of CPC, Director General Liu from Industrial Development Bureau, and Deputy Head of the Taichung Zhanghua Division of the Workforce Development Agency, Mr. Ran, to be with us. As you can see, we have the key contributors to the ecosystem here on stage with us. This is a unique opportunity for us to have all the key players here. Would now like to take this opportunity to have a group photo. Okay. Please look at the camera in front of you and smile. This is truly a momentous event and time in history. We'll now invite you to take off your facial mask as we are itching to see your faces. So please give a thumbs up to the camera and we'll have another group photo. Actually, I'm seeing almost everyone in the audience holding out their cell phones to capture this moment. At the same time, would like to ask Chairman Xu and General Manager Lin from Fair Friend Group to stay on stage, and we'd like to invite all the other distinguished guests to return to their seats. As our key presenters have mentioned, we now have a better understanding of why to establish such an ecosystem, as it serves as a sound platform for Taiwan enterprises to move into the global market. So we'd now like to present a plaque of appreciation to all the ecosystem partners. And Chairman Xu will be handing out the plaques. We'll now be offering the plaque to General Manager Lin of Fair Friend Group. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you, General Manager Lin. Next, we'd like to invite Director Tian from Shilling Electric and Engineering Corporation to come up stage to accept the plaque. Please look at the camera in front. All right, since we have 2 cameramen, please make sure that you look at either one of the cameras. Next, we'd like to invite President Xia from Wide Advanced Technology to come up stage. Allow me to remind you to look at the camera in front of you. Thank you, President Xia. We'd now like to invite General Manager Lin from Industrial Automation Schneider Electric Taiwan to come up stage. Thank you very much, General Manager Lin. We'd now like to invite President Yang from Cadman Taiwan Auto Design Company. Okay, please look at the camera in front of you. Since we have 2 cameramen, please remember to look at the camera. Next, we'd like to invite the President of Catex Technology. Kindly look at the camera in front of you. Okay, thank you, General Manager Yu. Next, we'd like to invite General Manager Chen from SBDS Corporation to come up stage.
Please look at the cameras in front of you. And allow me to remind you that you can remove your mask before you come onto the stage. Thank you, President Chen. Once again, please return to your seat. Now, the next guest is Chairman Xi from Shoyo Technology. Please look at the camera in front of you. The other camera. Thank you, Chairman Xi. Now let's welcome President Yuan Xiao of My Team Group. Now, the plaque is presented. Please look at the cameras in front of you. Thank you, President Xiao. Now, President Zhu of Orotech, please come onto the stage. Thank you, President Zhu. Please be seated. Now, Wei Rui Chen, Vice President of Onward Security. Please come onto the stage. Now the plaque is being presented. Please look at the cameras in front of you. Thank you, Vice President Chen. Please be seated. Now, Chairman Xi, please remain on the stage. Now we are going to proceed with the plaque presenting ceremonies of 3 companies. First, I'd like to invite Jia Wen-Tian, Assistant Vice President of Shilin Electric Company. We'd like to thank the company for providing machines and equipment to the CPC for a smart manufacturing system. Thank you, Shilin Electric, for your generous donation to CPC. Thank you, Mr. Tian. Please remain on stage. The second representative to receive the plaque is President Xiuzhen Lin from Schneider Electric. We'd like to thank Schneider for providing educational software, SCADA software, and also line push server to help us operate the Center of Excellence on Smart Manufacturing. Now you can remove your mask. Please look at the cameras in front of you. President, please remain on stage for the moment. Now, the third representative to receive the plaque is President Liang Xianyu of CADEX. CADEX is a distributor of Siemens. I would like to thank the company for providing CADEX, CAM, and CAE software to the center. Now we are going to present the plaque. I'd like to thank CADEX for helping us receive the certification from the Ministry of Labor. Please look at the cameras in front of you. Now, the 3 VIPs, please move to the center of the stage. Now, I'd like to invite another guest of honor, who's Director General Liu of IDB and also Deputy Director General Qi Chuan of the Workforce Development Agency of Ministry of Labor to come onto the stage. Now, I'd like to ask our guests to move to the center of the stage and remove your mask and look at the cameras in front of you. Now, please, your thumb up. Thank you very much. I'd like to also thank Chairman Xi and also Director General Liu and Deputy Director General Ran for your support. Now, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the signing ceremony and the plaque presenting ceremony are coming to an end. Now is the tea break. Please come back to to this meeting venue at 11 a.m.
分钟，1分钟之后准时开始。我们请贵宾陆续就座，谢谢您的配合。也再次提醒大家，请将手机关机或调为静音，谢谢您的配合。各位贵宾，我们的活动即将于1分钟之后准时开始，麻烦请各位贵宾尽速回座，谢谢您的配合。各位贵宾，我们的活动即将开始，麻烦请尽速就座，谢谢您的配合。再次提醒大家，请将手机关机或调为震动，谢谢。各位贵宾，我们接下来还有非常精彩的内容要跟大家分。
Okay, thank you very much. Please return to your seats. The forum will reconvene shortly. We will be beginning shortly. Please return to your seats. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We have an exciting agenda to share with you, and we have a part of our audience actually having a site visit in the basement, and we believe they'll be joining us again soon. We will be having presentations from the 12 ecosystem partners. You will each have 15 minutes for your presentation, so please mind the time. The first session is on enhancing supply chains resilience. We'd now like to invite General Manager Lin from Intelligent Manufacturing and Data Services Division of Fair Friend Group to share with us smart machinery and equipment integration. Good morning, everyone. I am Qingyu Lin from Intelligent Manufacturing and Data Services Division of Fair Friend Group. And my key concept today would be to share with you some ideas and concepts on smart machinery. So the first step we should take would actually be to have an understanding of the company. So for us, we are composed of 93 companies in the world, and over the past 30 years, through M&A, we were able to include brands in Germany and Italy, as well as brands in Korea and Japan into the Fair Friend Group. We have 3 major business groups on machine tools, on industry equipment, and green energy. As mentioned, for tooling, we have 37 brands, and I've shown them here on this slide. We have, for example, Feeler, Leadway, Sanko, Equitop, and Ikokas from Taiwan. We also have MAG Group from Germany that actually provides services for car manufacturer OEMs. For example, Mercedes, Jaguar, Ford, GM, Rolls-Royce are actually our direct customers. For an Italian brand, Jobs has customers as Lockheed Martin and Boeing. And we like to utilize these resources and enhance the energy of Fairfriend Group. So for tool machines, mostly it's in the lathes. As you can see, we are the third largest group in the world in terms of tool machines. But if we look at aerospace, we're actually second in rolling Rock 5. And to give a more in-depth understanding, the Fairfriend Group has reached its current size through merger and acquisitions. So what we need to understand is that as we review our core competencies, we need to look at what we have. We have international talents, we have a globalized factory. And in the past, we used to say that we had 51 production sites, and we should not see any interruption in the supply chain. But little do they know that the pandemic last year actually caused almost all supply chains to come to a hiatus. So for us, this was actually a shock as well. Next, we have the supplier system. One of the key areas here is how to work with the top-tier manufacturers, and this is actually one of the biggest challenges for Taiwan manufacturers. So for FFG, our core competency was in machine tools, and we want to make them smarter for all 37 brands. Next, for smart manufacture, we would see that the customers actually don't just want the equipment, they want the system. They also want the monitoring system, the evaluation system, as well as the other auxiliary systems. And therefore, what we're providing customers is actually an entire production line and not just a single equipment. Before the pandemic hit, when I visited customers, what they asked me was they would show us the floor plan and show us the key components. And then they would say, I want to reach a production of so-and-so a day, and I need you to provide me a production line. Just tell me how many tooling machines that need. And this would also have to include the waste recovery, the lathes, etc., the grinding machines. And I actually brought over a team of 30 to try to understand what they need. And the final solution actually consists of 40 tooling machines and 6 robotic arms. And this was a well-rounded solution that would actually meet the customer's need. So we talked about just one production line in the past, but now one production line is not enough. Because if you have more than one production line, then you need to look at the integration of the IoT and how to make sure that the production lines talk to the ERP system in the back office. So in the early years, when we talked about smart manufacturing or smart factories, I think the discussion ended about at this stage. But in the recent year, we talked about data service, about the production resume, or even a cyber-physical integration. And this is actually taking this a step further. And we are moving from just smart factory management to data services and digital twins. What this means is the system would alert us of a possible breakdown to ensure that the production line can continue to work 24/7. So how do we make these machine tools smarter? The machine tool industry zone in Taiwan, in the Taichung region, is actually full of energy. But the way we make it smarter is to include sensors and systems that talk to each other so that the machine tools are not just components, but rather it's actually a function that includes sensors and monitoring components. If you look at the MO exhibition, this is actually a CPS car manufacturer. We have the cleaning machines, the robotic arms, and the automatic carriers. Here we actually have a 3D plan view that we can show customers. And what we can see here is that the automatic guided vehicles actually are able to change the cutting tools by themselves. And you can see the entire manufacturing process can actually be carried out automatically. So in the past, this is all laid out on the floor plan, and it's difficult for people to visualize this. But during this exhibition, we actually used a 3D model to showcase this concept. And with a VR headset on, the customer can actually see the layout and setup in place. And after they see the design, we actually brought the entire production line into the exhibition hall so that they would see, so this is what you see in the VR space, and this is what it looks like in the actual physical world. So this was actually a great success for us, as the customers could see that the cyber-physical integration actually matched each other. So next, in terms of the solution, we have the MES plus ERP and the SCADA systems. These are all in place. But when we talk about the factory, we actually have to make sure that the equipments talk to each other. They are linked. So by linked, we mean that the maintenance has to be 24/7. And when customers buy production lines, of course, they want to produce or manufacture products. And this is what we need to help them to optimize the efficiency and how we allow the entire production line to be more efficient. This actually has to be achieved through an AI platform, as it will need to collect the data in order to further optimize the system. As President Zhang has presented, in a smart manufacturing system, it's not just a business model or a technological model, but it's actually a combination of the both. So you can see from this presentation, there's a system between the ERP, SCM, CRM, and PLM. That's the technical side. And then the other side would be the business aspect, which would be partners, clients, the academia, and the company, of course. So these are two systems that you need to work and integrate together. I'd like to share with you a client that was in Yunlin in Taiwan. And we actually helped this company to integrate the over 10 robotic arms in the factory. We also linked their security system and the monitoring system of the factory. And this is actually an example of what we're doing to help the customers in fitting into the ecosystem. Next, for Fairfriend Group, we also look at new technology. We worked with the European companies in the fifth generation concepts. And we want to look at whether the fifth generation communication protocols would work in a factory of the future. So we worked with companies in the UK, Turkey, Greece, and Netherlands, and France. And from Taiwan, we had Fairfriend Group, AdLink, as well as the III. And we discussed the possibilities of utilizing a fifth generation communication protocol. This would include the AY evaluations. And the program was actually finished in July this year. The initial completion date was much earlier, but because of the pandemic, it was pushed back. So for the AOI and these AGVs, you can see that through a fifth generation protocol, they can actually communicate faster with each other. But the question is, do we really need the fifth generation? Well, this would depend on the industry. For example, if this is an IT industry, in the IT industry, then you might need to have a renovation actually every 6 months. And that means that your equipment needs to be mobile. And in that case, you can benefit from a fifth generation protocol. with such a site setup, this actually enhanced the mobility. And recall that the meeting actually went on for 6 hours, and we actually showed them an actual video clip of the site to be used as an example. And finally, in terms of our future goals, we work with the government in the Going South policy. So in the future, we will be focusing on car manufacturers and aerospace industry. And we believe that this is a trend that will continue. As you can see here on this slide, all these car manufacturers actually are our customers. They are in Europe, in China, and in various countries. And if you look at electric vehicles, which is most talked about today, you can see majority of the components can be provided by brands under the Fair Friend Group. And for the aerospace industry, we also have a lot of clients in this field here on this slide.
Companies like Boeing or Lockheed Martin, these are all our customers. And if you look at these brands, actually these are all brands affiliated with FFG. We can now incorporate our parts and components into these aircraft. And we also have 3D printing solutions. We have a subsidiary that offers 3D printing solution. So if you look at our own industry and our solutions, and also if you consider the impact of the pandemic, you can see that we need to be more and more flexible. And in terms of our flex solutions, we need to provide more and more data and value-added applications. So in the face of the pandemic, we need to reorganize our supply chains, and also we need to resolve problems through ICT. Taiwan has its advantages because we have comprehensive ecosystems, and also our companies are quite agile. We have abundant human resources, and also the government is promoting a southbound policy. So I think we see a lot of opportunities and resources available. We believe that integration of resources is very important in the face of the pandemic. We need to help our customers so that they don't have any disruption in their sales and production. In terms of the future development of machine tools, we no longer just pay attention to hardware. More importance will be attached to service and also software. And we will also transform ourselves from a manufacturer to a service provider. Now, this slide shows the trade shows. We have been attending these trade shows quite actively. However, due to the pandemic, digital exhibitions have become more and more important. And we can even create 3D websites. And also, we can put on this kind of a helmet, and then within the virtual space, you can talk to your clients about anything about technologies and trading. So this is something we plan to demonstrate in March. However, due to the pandemic, it has been postponed. But when that event is resumed, welcome to visit our booth. And also, in the course of our mergers and acquisition, we have acquired key technologies. And ultimately, through technical platform and our integration, in its integration with our service platform, we can achieve better results. And ultimately, finally, we need to also deal with certification. For example, we need to deal with carbon inspection. And also, we need to create an ecosystem so that together we can join hands in creating better futures for Taiwan and also for the world. Thank you, President Lin, for your wonderful sharing and presentation. As President Lin mentioned, that FFG has such a large business empire. As President Lin mentioned, cooperation is very important, and that requires support from members of the ecosystem. Thank you very much once again. The next speaker is Mr. Jia Wen-Tian from Shilin Electric Engineering Corporation. Let's welcome him. Chairman, President Zhang, dear friends from the industry, my name is Jia Wen-Tian from Shilin Electric. My topic is PCB Production Line System Communication Integration Scheme. We are talking about the development for Industry 4.0 and also IoT AI. This is the outline of my presentation. First of all, a little bit introduction of my company. Shilin Electric is a member of the Yangde Group. And under the group, we have Ambassador Hotel and LTCG Logistics and Xinfeng Golf Country Club. And in Xinfeng factory, we have a demonstration production line. You are welcome to visit us, and then during your visit you can stay at Ambassador Hotel, and also you can play golf in our country club, and also your golf clubs can be transported through HCT Logistics. Our company was established in 1955, and we have 4 different groups. It covers 4 different industries. Electrical parts industry, heavy electronic industry, machinery industries, and automated industries. I'm working for the electrical part industries, and we manufacture alternators, starting motors, etc. For the heavy electronic industries, we work on power transformer distribution systems. In the last 2 years, our company was the contractor for the railway electrification project. For the machinery industries, we deal with the products shown on the slide. For example, the different circuit breakers. For automated industries, they deal with servos, motors, etc. I'm in charge of automated industries engineering integration products, primarily for the optotronic industries. For example, the automated system for front panel displays. We also work for OHT transfer system for another company. We have manufactured the systems for their facilities. And we are going to include the data in TSMC's EAP. We are primarily located in Hsinchu, but in mainland China we have 12 facilities. And in Suzhou and Shenzhen we have a factory in Suzhou and Shenzhen. Now regarding PCB, according to our experience working with panel makers primarily use array processing. And there are different requirements for E-Light. There are different levels of a PLC, and through a master PLC and then a PC for EAP submission. And EAP has a data loop to SAP. And this is the BC system structure. Now let's compare FPD and PCB in terms of communication rule setup. It's handled by the equipment supplier. In communication, in internet construction, that's handled by the equipment provider. But in terms of the system structure, the lining process, we have an additional CC-Link communication module set up here, and it's connected to PLC, and then EAP has a parameter that will be fed back to here. This is our planning for the lining process. And also for PCB BC, we have block control management, device management, and WIP tracking management. In terms of the design scheme of the PCB BC system, we propose our system specifications. For example, the general specifications for PLC devices and device connection signal link specifications, and all the way through PLC I/O mapping specifications. And also, we generate operating manuals, as shown on the slide. And also, for production-related information, we will show the following information is shown in the slide. Mitsubishi CC-Link IE field connection scheme. All the PLCs receive information through a hub, and then EAP will send parameters to various hubs. For CE-Link IE, the capacity is sufficient, so we can use it to control the data flows and transmission. There are 3 different types of CC-Link IE field network. The first is line type connection. The second is star type connection, and also ring type connection. If we need faster transmission speed, we use this type of network style connection. In terms of single station processing, take a laser processing machine for example. It will submit data independently, and then our ID will also submit to the processing PC. And regarding the parameters will be used for processing. For the laser processing machine, there is a submission portion, and for automatic submission, there is automatic transmission as well. But between them, there is an I/O link between the two. There is another single station process system structure. That is, different components will make separate submission, and then RS-232 are used to for horizontal communication. For AGV system, this is the equipment end. Through EAP, it will now reach MES, and MES will also issue commands MCS through RCS AGV. Now we propose that we can have E84 communication here. This is E84 handshake. I'll stop here. Thank you very much. If you have any requirements, feel free to contact us. Thank you very much for your presentation. Now the next topic is about software integration. We are happy to invite President Zhihao Xia from Y Advanced Technology.
Good morning, my dear friends. Chairman Xu, President Yang. I'm here on behalf of Y Advanced Technology. So allow me to give a brief introduction. So Y Advance was built upon a Wistron Group, and you might know that Wistron Group used to be an OEM. And about 5 years ago, the group wanted to transform into an entity that focuses more on cyber and physical integration and move towards services. Therefore, this gave birth to Y Advanced Technology. And by early this year, Chunghwa Telecom also made investments in Y Advance, and we're the only company that Chunghwa Telecom has invested in over the past 5 years. Chunghwa Telecom is also the only company that Wistron had accepted investments from. So I would like to now take this opportunity to share with you Y Advance's advantages. So here we have the company history, and basically what we want to do was to share Wistron Group's experience. We are one of the key partners of Microsoft, and we are also the Partner of the Year LSP. Many customers actually work with Microsoft and therefore use our services. In terms of smart manufacturing and smart healthcare, we also work with Microsoft to provide those. For Chunghwa Telecom, for example, the factories in Hsinchu and in Kaohsiung for Wistron would also begin to implement the Chunghwa Telecom 5th generation communication protocol and the Chunghwa Telecom Cloud services, AI Cloud. So for Y Advance, if we look at this from the bottom, we have Microsoft, Azure, VMware, etc. We have Jimmy serving as the distributor for these brands. And we move up to providing more planning, consulting, migration services, as well as hybrid cloud management platform services, both for the military and for the government agencies. We're also providing data modeling and visualization. In terms of vertical services, we also provide solutions in IT, manufacturing, healthcare, and for the government. So to take it one step further, we have been able to combine resources from 3 areas. The first would be the Wistron Group's sites in Taiwan, in China, in Vietnam, and in other countries in Asia. We also have seen a lighthouse project being accepted in Korea that's under Wistron. We heard about the 5th generation and the various O-ring systems. So for Y Advance, we're actually working with the Taoyuan government on implementing a 5th generation protocol. And this will also be built upon the Chunghwa Telecom's broad bandwidth. Since Chunghwa Telecom has the most Taiwanese corporate customers and actually the owner of the largest fiber optics customer, so with Chunghwa Telecom and of course Microsoft, we can form a service that combines all 3 areas, all 3 components. So first, in terms of digital transformation, we see ourselves as a digital transformation enabler. And by applying such an application, of course, Advance is not a hardware manufacturer, but when we talk about integration between the software and the hardware, I think when it comes to Taichung, we often talk about machine tools, and we also see the manufacturers of bicycles here in Taichung. So these are all hardware producers and manufacturers, and we also see players in the precision manufacturing industry. So what we hope is that these manufacturers can actually make use of the services that we provide. And we will assist in the hardware and the software integration. So not only are we integrating resources within, but we are also providing a service integration service. I think during the weekend, there was a Mid-Taipei conference that focused on new enterprises, and it served as an incubator for these newly established enterprises. So what we can do is we will be working with them as well and combine them into a service and provide it to our clients and partners. Of course, the current pandemic makes it difficult for us to move this service overseas, but I think one of the reasons why we're here today in this APO forum is to share our expertise with our friends from afar through this platform. So next, in terms of software integration, I'd like to talk more about the issues in manufacturing. As you can see in the previous slide, these are the current pain points. And under the support of the Industry Development Bureau and Director General Liu, we have been able to provide an SaaS platform. This actually incorporates the various services in this platform that include the cause and effect analysis, as well as monitoring applications, IoT management, etc. So for this example, we want to combine the cloud services for our customers and clients. What we see is that many services can be converted into a SaaS service. And during our cooperation with Zhonghua Telecom, we see that cloud services is not just a change in technology, but also a change of the business model. So we hope to move more processes into SaaS, for example, material management and inventory management, etc. This will actually lower the capital expense of companies as you utilize SaaS. Next, I'd like to give an example. For example, material planning and supplier management. These can also become SaaS. KM is also a commonly seen application. For example, we can use voice recognition here. And since in these implications, it's easy for us to input instructions directly. So if we use voice recognition, then this actually makes it easier for the operators to manage the entire process. So in the same vein, with the support of the government, once we have this ecosystem, many SMEs can actually apply their new services onto this platform. We are a service aggregator, and of course, a lot of the application services are provided by the Winstron Group ourselves. But in the industries that we face, I would say we're mostly targeting the manufacturers, both in Taiwan and overseas. So we included a lot of protocols and resources on the platform. I think a previous presenter talked about the importance of integrating the various protocols, and that's also an area that we have been focusing on. So now I'd like to talk a little bit about the fifth generation. If we look at the current factories, we do see a great we do see the AR and VR being used to great effect nowadays. For example, in terms of maintenance, we also have 3D models that can be used to allow more efficient maintenance. We actually utilize this in the Wistron factories ourselves, and also be rolling out company-wide. Next would be the AMR. It's a bit different here for its application. We'll be focusing on healthcare and hospitals that can also utilize the fifth generation protocol. Since a lot of the hardware already in place, we actually don't need to establish the firmware. Here we have the integration of the Wistron group. And here we have Meta, which actually provides not just the server but also the CU and the for Wistron. We also have server-related services. And so, for example, we have a WNC, which is the New Web Corporation that provides small cell-based stations for fifth generation. Advance here is in second, which is a combination with Zhonghua Telecom, and finally Wistron Group, and of course the WeWin, which is a large data center and cloud infrastructure products. So we can combine the efforts of all these four areas. I believe we will be showcasing the fifth generation technology in various exhibitions starting from next year. And of course today, in line with the APO view, we also want to share our experience with our friends overseas. So I think what's most important today is to be a partner in the ecosystem, to work with President Zhang and all our ecosystem partners. So Wistron and Advance would definitely wish to be one of the contributors. So thank you, Dr. Xia. Our next topic would be on cloud computing. We'd like to invite Manager Zhang from Industrial Automation Schneider Electric Taiwan Company. President Zhang from China Productivity Center, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends from the media. I am Tai-Yi Zhang from the Industrial Automation Department of Schneider Electric Taiwan Company. As a member of the smart manufacturing ecosystem, it is Schneider Electric's honor and pleasure to be one of the contributors. I will be providing my presentation in three parts. I'll be first introducing our company, and then I'll be going over our machine automation solutions, and finally a case study in a digital factory transformation that's located in Batam of Indonesia. Slight technical difficulty here. Please give me a few seconds. Okay, Schneider is a French group. We have over 180 years of experience under our belt, and we have been focusing on various fields over these years. In the past, the two major businesses would be in energy management and industrial automation. Schneider Electric has exposure in over 150 countries with over 128,000 employees. Our 2020 revenues have surpassed 25 billion euro, and we have 41% of the revenues in new economies and 5% devoted to R&D. In terms of businesses, you can see that we have a presence in North America and Europe, and we see about 30% of market presence in various countries. We also devote at least 5% of our revenues to R&D every year. So we know that in digital transformation, there are four main drivers. The first would be to utilize a standard communication protocol and mobile devices to assist the workers on site. Combining that with cloud services, we believe that with it becoming more and more mature, as well as the impact of the pandemic, there'll be more requirements for the cloud services. And finally, using AI, we can provide analytics to help those on site or those who are making decisions as managers.
Schneider provides all relevant solutions corresponding to different needs. In terms of digital transformation, Schneider provides a platform, open platform, which is called EcoStructure. It covers buildings, data center, industry, and infrastructure, and we provide digital transformation solutions under these categories. Today, I will talk about infrastructure plans. President Zhang mentioned previously that CPC has worked with Southeast Asian countries very closely under the structure of APO, and also thanks to the government policy, Schneider has set up its presence in these countries. In the future, we are able to provide after-sales services and technical support to APO members in these locations. Through the ecosystem, through the smart manufacturing ecosystem architecture partners, I'd like to continue to talk about the services that Schneider can provide under within such a ecosystem. We know that automated equipment is still the foundation. When it comes to machine automation, traditionally we use staggered drawing or ladder drawing. However, we want to move towards the goal of a smart manufacturing. Schneider's solution is based on 1613-1 system, so that engineers can engage in design more intelligently, and then we can design the software based on modules. And also, in terms of solutions for automated equipment, we can take the internet connection, networking functions, and incorporate them into machines. So in the future, when business owners want to digitize the equipment, they don't need to replace the equipment. All they need to do is to upgrade their existing system to a new system by using additional modules. Now, and also in terms of smart machinery, we can leverage state-of-the-art technologies, including predictive maintenance, and also big data analysis and cloud technology, or even AR or digital streaming. We have corresponding solutions. We have also an integrated system that will allow an integrated operations center so that we can have a unified operations center that covers engineering, equipment, manufacturing, and finance. We hope that through such integration, we'll be able to achieve a smart factory. And also, Schneider stresses ESG or sustainable solutions. 75% of our products are green products. Also, we provide solutions and also energy management in order to reduce carbon emission. Now, I'd like to talk about our machine automation solutions. I'm sure that many of you are quite familiar with our low voltage or high voltage components and our automated products, including PLC controllers or servos. We have corresponding solutions for these demands. In Taiwan, we have comprehensive solutions for different industries, including the traditional industries, food industries, wood processing, high-tech industries, electronic equipment industries, or HVAC, or hosting industry. These are industries for which Schneider has successfully provided its solutions. So, after the automation of machinery, when we want to continue to move towards the goal of smart factory, I'd like to use some case studies of Schneider to share with you our experience. This is a digital transformation involving a factory in Batam, Indonesia. As you can see, that this is a factory in Batam, Indonesia. 30 years ago, it was a factory involving only manual labor. In 2017, it started to introduce automated equipment. In 2017, due to the growing maturity of cloud technologies, the factory engaged in the journey of smart manufacturing transformation. And in 2019, we received a recognition from WEF, and we were selected as a lighthouse factory. And we have the Batam business has 3 factories and 1 logistics center. In terms of the factory, you can see it has PLC inverters and also different switch products. In the course of its digital transformation, Batam factory introduces the EcoStruxure platform, which helps the factory from an automated factory to a digital factory and all the way to the lighthouse factory. Through such a smart transformation, the business owners desire very clear return on their investment. If you look at this kind of information, if our production efficiency increased by 12%, the equipment downtime is reduced by 40%, defective rate is reduced by 31%, and also waste cost is reduced by 25%. And this is the layout of a digital workshop. We have a few solutions for the Batam factory. The first is a machine cloud. We work with Microsoft. Through the machine cloud as a platform, In the course of a transformation, the most important challenge or most difficult challenge is the upgrade of your digital knowledge. For on-site employees, they have difficulties in acquiring the knowledge. But with this kind of a cloud, it will be easy for us to engage in design, and the IT personnel are now required to make special efforts to maintain the system. And the information that is required can be put on the platform very clearly and very easily. And all the information regarding the core equipment in different facilities can be easily accessed. Another solution is AR. And it's the concept associated with the metaverse. In terms of the AR technology, beginning with the last year, different industries have been promoting this technology, including electronic factories and traditional factories. They are very interested in such a solution. And in the middle of December, and also at the end of December, there are different trade shows showcasing our solutions. Now, regarding the IoT monitoring system and alert, we have corresponding solutions to help customers manage their production digitally. This is the lean system. I'm sure that CPC is an expert in lean management. We think that this concept can help the managers work closely or more seamlessly with workers working on site. Now, to conclude, Schneider is an expert in energy management and industry automation. We have helped our customers engage in the journey of, embark on the journey of digital transformation in these two categories. Through energy conservation and carbon reduction, we hope that digital transformation can help all the APO members and APO partners engaging, enjoying better development. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for your presentation. That concludes our presentation this morning. Now it's lunchtime. Our guests will be guided to the lunch area on the 3rd floor, and our VIP guests will be guided to have lunch on the 2nd floor. Our forum today in the afternoon will resume at 1 p.m. See you at 1 p.m.
即将开始，麻烦请尽速就座，并再次提醒各位贵宾，请将手机关机或调为震动。谢谢您的配合。
The forum will begin shortly. Please remember to switch your cell phones to silent mode.
各位贵宾，欢迎回来。
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the International Forum for Ecosystem on Smart Manufacturing. We talked about enhancing the supply chain's resilience in the morning, and our next topic would be digital operations empowerment. Our next field would be consulting and training. Let's now welcome Vice General Manager Mr. Jianfei Zhang from China Productivity Center. And Chairman, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and our friends from the Taichung region, good afternoon. And I'd like to share with you today the consulting and training services provided by CPC for digital transformation. My focus would be on these two aspects. Here we have the agenda for my presentation. The CPC was established in 1955, and we're currently seeing our 60th anniversary. Our goal has always been to increase productivity and to enhance the management skills of enterprises. So we can see here the key goals of CPC. We are a policy think tank. We provide value-added services in both manufacturing, management, and agriculture. And our target market would cover not only the local domestic market, but also our businesses in Southeast Asia. Our focus in the past included the 5S, which would be a type of management system, EMES, etc., as you can see on the left. In terms of the manufacturing management system, we went from the Toyota model to the lean system to going digital and seeking integration in the present day. And we also provide site visits and overseas cooperation. Here in the previous slide, we see that there are 6 branches overall for CPC in Taiwan. Next, in terms of the smart manufacturing and value creation services, we have the on-site diagnosis, improvement guidance, digital networking, and talent development. So I'd like to go through them one by one. First, our president wanted us to develop an on-site diagnosis team ever since the concept of Industry 4.0 came into being. So after in-depth analysis, we came up with these 4 aspects for the iBench system. They would be the business strategy, value creation, smart driven capacity, and smart manufacturing. These would cover the decision making in a digital era, creating additional value, allowing the systems to link together in terms of a smart manufacturing, and whether if the information can be fed back into the decision-making process to make smart decisions. iBench is available on CPC's website. You can test it for free. Feel free to log into the system, and you can try out the evaluation system that we have developed. Next, in terms of improvement guidance, we always see management skills as the base and foundation of any development. We've also used management skills to serve as the foundation for smart manufacturing. I would like now to move into how we provide guidance and consultancy services in this field. For us, we based the knowledge field on lean management, the process from customer value to production, and how it's integrated with digital technologies such as MES, cloud computing, etc. So you can see that the foundation is lean management, and we build the smart manufacturing tools on top of it. So I guess the first question I have would be, how do we exactly do that? How do we use lean management as a foundation? Well, CPC's focus has always been to help enterprises and companies grow. Therefore, the system we devised would cover the following. The first would be to achieve automation through smart monitoring. This is based on the Toyota model. And if we look closer, the automated production system from Toyota is able to immediately detect abnormalities during the production process. The system will stop the production immediately in order to decrease the level of defects. There's also a foolproof production process that tries to minimize the human error aspect. So how do we transform this into a digital era? We use smart sensing and IoT. If you remember from your visit to the dojo in the basement, we use sensors to take in real-time data and visualize it on monitors, which would allow the information to be displayed on tablets or cell phones or any monitor that's available. The foolproof mechanism is also built into the smart sensing system. And through smart sensing, we can also allow the system to immediately report any abnormalities. The necessary alerts would be raised, and the personnel would be notified. So this can be done easily via digitization. Next, I'd like to talk about just-in-time manufacturing. Just-in-time uses Kanban, which is the Japanese for basically billboards. And by using these billboards, the information can be written on top or posted on top so that the workers and operators have understanding of what's going on during the production line. It's a rather labor-intensive process, but with digitalization, we can integrate this process into the system, and we can further integrate order placing, material acquirement, and order management. So the basic concept is just in time, but it's fully digitalized. To make it easy for the managers, this would have to be visualized, and that's also one of the key points in the Toyota model. If we look at the model closely, you'd see that it points out 7 areas of possible waste. In a factory, this would be overproduction, waiting, handling, improper processes, inventory, improper operation, and poor quality. So if we look at what visualization improves, you can see that in the past, the different colors actually denote different months. For example, December would be in red. And if I see a red label, it means that's December. So using different colors to denote information is actually an approach that's already used in the Toyota model. But in a digitalized system, you can actually use LED lights or different colored lights to serve the same purpose. In the demonstration site, you would have seen how the components in the production line feedback information and provide the real-time information in a straightforward manner. All the information is transmitted in real time so that the latest information will always be available. With a monitoring and feedback system in place, we actually need to have the ERP and MES control. The weakest link of ERP used to be on-site. In the past, when we're placing orders or we're getting material, we use on-site kanbans or billboards that would notify the on-site workers what materials they need to get and what needs to be used. So this actually happens on the workshop floor. But of course, there is definitely room for improvement in this area. In the past, factories relied on daily reports to understand the utilization rate, and the information today, for example, would be inputted into the computer at the end of the day by workers, and the management will be able to see it during the day on the next day. So this means that managers would always be looking at information from the past and unable to react immediately. So what we need is to turn these daily reports into a digitized format. And it's not just turn it into a digitized format, but we must eliminate the process of needing workers to input the information manually. The Toyota model used billboards to transmit information quickly. This is already an improvement and innovation. But we still want to eliminate the need of people having to input the data manually. Therefore, by linking the ERP and MES and control system, the production line would feed the data into the control system and the ERP directly without the need for any human intervention. This would actually make up for the lag in the ERP. In CBC, we call this the MES Plus system. And we have been able to connect the ERP and the MES to allow on-site decision-making as well as data analysis and even trend analysis. I think you've been able to see this at work at the demonstration site. This improves the efficiency of the production line, and immediate actions and decisions can also be made from the information on the MES. The entire product manufacturing process, including ordering, material management, are all paperless. Finally, we'd like to talk about a real-time response. The purpose of smart manufacturing, of course, is a real-time response. I had a lengthy discussion many months ago on this topic. And the conclusion was engaging smart manufacturing means giving enterprises the ability to make real-time decisions. Therefore, in order to do so, we need to use real-time light signals to replace the traditional billboards. That is, in the past, what we'd see would be pictures on the lower part of the slide, but in the future, what we can see is to have everything integrated into the system and have the information transmitted directly to the manager's tablet or the war room, which we call operational situation room. And what we can do is to have all the parameters, progress, and data dynamically shown on the monitor to show the efficiency of production.
And also we can use AR, and then we can create a visualized forms for ourselves. Now I'd like to talk about value-added innovation. The greatest difference between Industry 3.0 and 4.0 is in the linkage. Whether we're talking about physical store or e-commerce, they need to have full integration online and offline. Otherwise, we're just talking about multiple channels. Ultimately, we are talking about the cultivation of talent. CPC conducts training covering about over 120,000 people and also various different domains. The central office of CPC also serves as the Center of Excellence on Smart Manufacturing. And we received the first national National Award of Excellent Training Quality. And these are the pictures of our classrooms on the third floor of the central office of CPC. You can see an IoT classroom, smart manufacturing IoT classroom, smart sensor and IoT classroom, and also motion control positioning IoT classroom, and big data and AI classroom, and automatic power control and distribution classroom. And we have also a workshop that is a location that is launched today for trainees to practice the integration. In conclusion, I think it's very important for our system to be connected, and ultimately we need to be autonomous to meet the customer's needs in terms of customization and diversified requirements. Thank you very much for your presentation. And I'd like to remind the following presenters that for the interest of time in our presentation, each presentation should be limited to only 15 minutes. The next speaker is Sunru Yang from Catman Technology.
这个什么？这做什么用？这是下一页。对。是哪里？懂了，没关系，我用这个就好。好。
Thank you. The topic is kind of big. It's about AI. I think we still have a long time to go before we can fully achieve that. I try to talk about how we can integrate Industry 4.0 and AI in my presentation. First of all, I'd like to thank CPC for providing or for promoting an ecosystem for this. Like CADX, we first specialize in CAD/CAM, and there is a micro ecosystem for machine tools. And if we don't build a ecosystem for machine tools, there will be a very limited market for machine tools. So actually, as a result of the ecosystem, Taiwan's processing industry has grown significantly. So that's the benefit of an ecosystem. Now we're talking about an ecosystem for Industry 4.0, which is even more complex. I'd like to share with you our view about this. Vice President Zhang talked about ERP and the ecosystem related to factories. He's talking about whatever is taking place right now in factories. But when you find issues with the factory, are you going to change the factory? No, you cannot, because the factory is in operation, is in active production. You cannot afford to stop or shut down the factory and change the factory. And that approach is not going to help you achieve Industry 4.0. It's not going to help you achieve mass customization. It's not true that if you have money, you can do that. You just want to enhance your efficiencies. Otherwise, your equipment is a waste of money. And that's why digital transformation is very important. Transformation is not just about digitization. Well, a little bit of advertisement for my company. My company is a small company, but we receive a National Quality Award. And this slide shows the roadmap from for the company's evolution. And our company in the beginning was a software company, and then there were other hardware companies that have that have also joined the competition. And what can we do as a software-based company? So I think we have done a lot of work in the course of the evolution. We began with CAD/CAM and CAE. And now we are working on IoT and systems integration, and also hyper-automation. What do I mean by hyper-automation? I'm going to show you that later. And also, we also develop our motion vision control. We construct, it will be easier for us to design things or make things using concepts such as digital twins. This appears to be an innovation. But Fairfriend Group was really amazing in showing us this kind of innovation. However, this is something that I should create before I even engage in the design. But what is it for? In the future, this is going to be very important. When you want to improve your production, you do it at this level. And you engage in mass customization, you do it here. And that's why CPS is very important. And this is an automation case that is being handled by my company. This is an automatic welding system. I do not sell the animation. I do not sell the design, but I sell a digital twin. And with the digital twin, you can achieve great functionalities. You don't need to shut down your machines when you want to make changes. You have to be able to visualize what is going to happen. What are you going to do in order to change things for the future? This is what this idea is all about. About 4 or 5 years, when I saw this paper, it says about CPS and IoT. It took me 4 years to realize that it's not just for cyber physical system, but rather the linkage between IoT and CPS is key. IoT is just not about receiving data. You need to also transmit data to other systems. And this is also very important. This is how you differentiate Industry 3.0 and 4.0. And you can see that there are a lot of sensors, intelligent robots, a lot of production information. Even if you change your production design, you still need to go back to the production flow. Without the production flow, there's no way that you can manage a factory properly. So in your CPS, that is cyber and physical integration, you need to use a lot of IT, not just the management of machines. Our company began with the operation of CAD/CAM, and ultimately we work on digital production, IoT, and big data. And so the middle section is the most important. The CPS is a digital twin. When you set up a digital twin, you can integrate PLM and RLM. And then we have become such a company. We have CPS, CAE, and also work on automated equipment, because without working on automated equipment, you cannot help your customers fulfill their requirements. So we also work on the automated equipment. And here I'm going to show you what hyper-automation means. This was proposed in 2020. What it means that it uses a lot of the combination of a lot of tools and software. But the point is that there are 7 important steps. If you want to do automation, you need to have a discovery, and then you need to conduct analysis. Why do you need 4 machines or 5 AGVs? You need to conduct analysis in order to know, and also you need to design. Now, software design is really quite popular. A lot of software is quite available in the market. And then you need to engage in automation. Automation is something that Schneider and other such companies is working on, or IoT. You need to measure and monitor, and then you need to do your AI. So there is a workflow that is involved. You need to conduct your analysis based on the model, and then you need to modify your model so that it can achieve automated production. But I haven't achieved that myself, I'm sorry. Automation is our structure. In 2020, Gartner ranked it as #1, or the most important concept. In 2021, it was also still a very important topic. Why do we need an ecosystem? Because there are so many things involved. It's not something that can be covered by just one company. I may be able to conduct analysis, but I may not be capable of working on the IoT sensors. So an ecosystem is very important. We still need to. I like to show my admiration to CPC for creating an ecosystem to link different companies in the industry. This is our hyper-automation platform. And this is the platform that we are building. And we have set up our hyper automation platform. Now I'd like to further elaborate on Industry 4.0 and why we need a digital transformation after Industry 4.0. Why do we need digital transformation after we have achieved Industry 4.0? I personally believe that digital transformation is not digitization. Digitization has been talked about too much. I think it's more like it's something that you can change. Your reality can be changed by the results of simulation. So you need to have some kind of a model that will allow a linkage between the two, instead of just bringing information or digital information to various stakeholders. So this is a concept. I want to show you how I do this. Digital transformation is different from digital transformation is different from digitization. And digital transformation consists of 4 steps. The 4th step is 4.0.
And this is actually also one of the key items in the digital transformation. So what I believe is the most important is digital twin. This is actually the cycle that I'm talking about. You need to have a cyber element to this cycle. If I may take this further, when we talk about the metaverse, actually, this is already a concept that's well known in the manufacturing industry. And what's most important about the metaverse is that in Industry 4.0, the reason that the manufacturing industry was able to actually be faster, or the reason that we are actually slower than the service industry, such as McDonald's or Uber, is because every company has its own manufacturing process. It is difficult for us to have a fix-all solution, but once the solution is in place, when you use virtual reality to look at the production line, then this is exactly what a metaverse is, because you can actually see the process through VR. And that's how you can analyze the process. So from my perspective, digital twin is very important. CAD/CAM is a digital twin. CA is a digital twin. And then online production line is also a digital twin. So I think in the interest of time, I won't be able to go over this part, but let me use this as an example. If you look at the central picture, they're actually creating a virtual product. For example, we needed a prototype in the past in CNC. But with a digital twin, we can actually create the prototype in a simulated environment. And using, for example, CAD/CAM or 3D models, we can actually link all these together. So other than digital twins, we can also use digital twins to engage in product design. This is also a new idea. That is, by combining digital twin with various design models, we can actually turn this into actual products. If we look at a bicycle rental system, if the bicycles all have sensors that link to the central system, then you would actually have the ability to learn about customer behavior. And you can also get information about the load that the bicycle needs to carry. And the bicycle can then be customized. And if it's a customized product, you can then sell at a higher price because there's added value. Finally, I'd like to share with you some actual cases. This is an example on the base of the wheel. Okay, this you can see that from the clip, it's it's done through calculations. And here we have the actual example. I'll just use 2 minutes. Here, as you can see, these are aluminum rims, wheel rims. Give me a few seconds. All right, it's not playing. So a few years ago, you could see that we actually used CAD/CAM to emulate the actual movements of the robotic arm. But how do we make adjustments? For example, if you want a customized rim, then what can we do? We cannot stop the production line, right? But we can actually create this in a simulated environment during the design process. And the software will actually emulate the actual production. This is not a 3D model. This is actually a digital twin. I'll show them side by side, and you'll see why I call it a digital twin and not just a 3D model. If I show them side by side, then you will be able to see how they actually match each other. So the actual manufacturing process was actually created based on this simulation. There's a slight time lag in between, but you can see clearly that you can actually change the actual production line in real time, because you can simply make adjustments to the software model and it will be reflected in the actual production. We have a lot of talents in Taiwan who specialize in CAD/CAM. And if we combine that with precision machining, I see huge opportunities in the market here. All right. In the interest of time, I'll just show you one last example. So I'll be skipping the robotics part. I'll talk about the ecosystem. This is what we are currently working on with the machine tool industry. We can provide the CAD/CAM processes, but without a business model, this is just talk on paper. We need to present this in a clearly focused business plan. First of all, I can, for example, well, Fair Friend Group is a huge group, so basically they're out of the ballpark for me. But I can actually work with all the other smaller companies. If you need, for example, software for 3 to 4 machines or production lines, then you can actually need someone to create an ecosystem. And it might not pay off to have an entire system written for this, but an easy way out would be to use the cyber-physical system. And that is something that CADMIN can provide. This is not exactly predictable maintenance, but rather incorporating a digital twin into the design process so that you can quickly manufacture customized products. I think that's why I say a digital twin is actually one of the keys in this transformation process. For CADMIN, we have the IoT platform. We have also the motion and vision control platform. And we also offer training courses in Taichung, and we invite partners to take these courses and share information. Of course, our specialty is not in manufacturing, but we provide software for you to more smartly manufacture your products. Right, thank you very much, President Yang. Our next topic is on aided design. It's our honor to invite a distributor of Siemens, technical consultant Ms. Chen from Cadex Technology. Let's welcome Cadex Technology Company. Good afternoon, everyone. Pioneers in this field, distinguished guests, President Yang from Cadman. Well, President Yang is one of the pioneers in the KK field in Taiwan. And he talked about digital twins. And since he did not have enough time, maybe I can add more information for him. We're Cadex Technology, and we also are in the KK business. So I'm a technical advisor for Cadex Technology, and we also have President Yu with us here in the audience today. And it's my pleasure to share with you what Cadex Technology can bring forth. As President Yang from Cadman has mentioned, we're in the CAD/CAM industry as well. Of course, Cadman is a pioneer, and we are Cadex, but we're also in the same field. We're a partner of Siemens, and we offer Siemens digital industry software for partners. You may see Siemens as a hardware manufacturer, but they also offer software solutions. And over the past decade, they've already merged and acquired numerous software companies. The total NMA amount is over 10 billion euro. So Siemens is actually one of the top 10 software companies in the world now. To give you a background, Cadex Technology is currently the solution partner of Siemens, and we started with CAD/CAM, with CAM, PDM, CAE, as well as PLM. And these are all solution services that we can provide for our clients. I see a lot of pioneers and leading companies in the audience today. So we're comparably a younger company. We only have 12 years of experience in this field, but it is our pleasure to be part of the ecosystem. From everything we heard up till now today, we've heard about the importance of incorporating software with the hardware, and this is the direction that almost every company is heading. We are familiar with CAD/CAM and how it helps the design process. But when we look at products, we're just not looking at the physical components. For electrical cars or drones, you actually also need the electronic parts and the electronics. CAD/CAM also President Yang talked about digital twins. So you also need to have analytical tools. So this is not just a mechanical design, but also electrical design, simulation, manufacturing, technical publications, data management, and finally a portal to enhance communication. So this is actually an entire digital platform that can be provided by Cadex. We often say that, well, actually, decisions come from the same sources, actually base them on the same data. Apple, for example, also uses our services. If you want to change the design, you actually need to adjust many things in the entire process, including bill of materials. And therefore, what we're meant by you're actually basing this decision on the same data is because everything actually comes from the production line, and you need to have them in place and the data in place to carry out further analysis. So CADEX offers 6 touch points in Taiwan. We provide technical consulting, education, technical support of the sales services, and a certification examination center. So we often use a subscription model because what we want to do is to help customers and clients succeed. And if they succeed, they will continue to use your products and services. So CADEX has been slowly providing services to all companies located all over Taiwan. Siemens is a German company, and they have a they do value quality in terms of their management, and of course that goes for the partners as well. Therefore, you can see that we've actually passed the recognition and evaluation from Siemens over this year, and we have a gold partner recognition, as you can see from this slide.
You can see some foreigners in the picture. We are a distributor, but we cannot change or modify the software. The software has to be modified by the original manufacturer. But we have had a very close relationship with the R&D department of Siemens. So if you if certain CAD/CAM customers need something changed, you can see we will be able to communicate with the original manufacturer very smoothly. That before the pandemic, Dan, or the solid edge godfather, visited Taiwan quite often, and during our regular operations, we contact him by email. If there's any software modification that is required, we can always communicate with the headquarters very easily. In addition to serving as a distributor, we can also develop software programs. So we are, in addition to our capacity as a distributor, sometimes our customers expect us to come up with additional functions so that they can better use our products for steel metal operation or for the manufacture of other products. So based on silage, we also develop software programs based on solid edge so that the products can better accommodate individual needs of the customers. And these are the tools of our software development. And we always provide customized program updates to our customers based on solid edge. Many of our customers work on sheet metal, and if you know any customer in the sheet metal industry, they can tell you that solid edge is quite popular. And also, we have dedicated our efforts to the education and training market. And we have worked with CPC, and also we have publications and help companies receive Siemens International certification. And these are the pictures depicting our cooperation with the academia and the industry. I just introduced the services of my company as a distributor for Siemens, and also as a programmer of various programs. but education and training is also a part of our business. Now I'd like to share with you some case studies. This is the case for this year. This customer is a maker of coffee machines. If you visit Starbucks, I don't know whether you have noticed this brand, Thermal Plan, or maybe you don't pay too much attention to the machines that make the tasty coffee. This customer receives an exclusive order from Starbucks. That was in 1999. Thermal Plan not only received an exclusive order from Starbucks. Its machines also are sold to IKEA, McDonald's, and Nescafe. So this is the maker of the well-known coffee machines, and it's all new models are created using solid edge. In 1999, in UK, there was a major battle or competition with coffee machines. Starbucks was choosing its own coffee machines. So dozens of coffee machine vendors approached Starbucks and offer free evaluation. And this was the company that received the exclusive order from Starbucks. It's not a large company. At that time, when it received the order, it only has 29 employees. So that company was relatively unknown. But the idea for their product design is that their coffee machine has to produce millions of cups of coffee. So, but the challenge is to maintain consistent quality among the cups of coffees. So for the millions of the cups of coffees, you need to make sure that the quality is consistent. So you can see that in different Starbucks stores, the same coffee machine is used. Even though the staff are changing constantly, still, as long as the machine remains unchanged, the quality of the coffee that is produced remains unchanged. We know that in the coffee making process, there are several steps, from grinding of the coffee beans all the way to the handling of the milk. You have to control the quality. But what does the coffee machine look like when you disassemble this? When you take it apart, you can see that the coffee machine is quite complex. When you take the coffee machine apart, you can see that it has different mechanisms and different tubes. You have to make sure that each part functions properly and accurately. So it covers fields such as thermal dynamics, mechanics, and other fields. So the coffee machine manufacturer has used solid edge of Siemens for over 20 years. So you can see that as a result, this machine is really quite complex, and that requires a very reliable software package for its design. Another case is electric vehicle. Coffee machines are just an example, but when it comes to Siemens, you may think that it only works with factories as customers, but actually, Siemens solutions can be used for automobiles. That's why we need an ecosystem, so that everybody can work together. But when it comes to electric vehicles, people mostly talk about batteries. We no longer have internal combustion engines, and also electronic control devices. In the past, people drove cars. Now, the new system is that the automobiles are supposed to sense and make decision, and make determination and act. In the past, these were functions carried out by human drivers. But now cars have to do that, and they have to have different sensors. And the sensors collect data, and then the data have to be processed. And then you need to make a decision as to whether the vehicle should stop or continue to move forward. So this system is quite complex. But through Siemens solutions, let's take a further look at this case. We know that electric vehicles is a trend, and we no longer need to consider whether there's any need to continue to use fossil-based vehicles. But it's not true that all the trends are supported by the government. There are various technologies involved, but it's not true that the government would endorse all the technologies. But why would the government endorse electric vehicles? Globally, there are 2.5 million people die daily on the way, and about 90% of the accidents are caused by human errors, and this results in $300 billion in economic loss. So that's why the government is in support of the technology, and in order to resolve issues such as traffic congestion. This is a case involving Tesla, and the government supports the technology. I'd like to show you a set of data from Tesla, but first let me talk about Toyota. How can you verify a smart car can drive automatically? Toyota's requirement is that it has to be operated by 880 million miles. And how long will that take? About 12 years. So you cannot do that in the physical world. You need to use digital authentication in order to help you make decisions. But nobody can guarantee that their decisions are 100% correct all the time. So it just depends on what you want to do. You don't just create a factory and then you think about optimization. But the situation about Tesla is that it's the #1 electric vehicle manufacturer. How big is Tesla? The total asset or the market capitalization of Tesla is #1. It's larger than the combination of the second, third, and fourth largest electric vehicles combined. And also, the data I'm talking about is the data from 2019. The R&D costs only accounted for 1/10 of the #2 electric car maker. So its development costs can be reduced to 1/10 of a normal operator. So you can imagine that a lot of the R&D efforts are done through digital simulation. So actually, solid edge is not only used for making cars. You can use it for simulation. You can use it to simulate the degree of comfort enjoyed by the passengers on board the car. And also the electric vehicles have to be lightweight, and we can have a virtual system to perform all kinds of simulation. And then the automobile in operation will generate heat, and also the operation of air conditioning system will also generate heat. And then as a result of the heat, the battery efficiency will be compromised. And also there are issues such as the degree of comfort enjoyed by the passengers. And then this is about the simulation under extreme weather. And you cannot actually test the situation of a car in a real typhoon. And you cannot use a real car to actually do that. But even though it's possible, but we know that it consists of electric vehicle. 50% of the electric vehicle is made of battery. But there are risks such as explosion and fire. So we can, instead of using a physical destructive test, we can use a digital system. And you can see this rear view mirror of Volvo. We know that a car like that has many sensors, but if the sensors are not properly cleaned, there may be detection error. So we can use this kind of a simulation to see how the sensors will function. Now, I'd like to share with you my conclusion. Efficiency is the most important for the manufacturing sector, but the tools are also very important. The efficiency of the tools are very important. Digitalization can help us make a decision. Whatever decision you make, you can try out the decisions in the digital system. And also data are the energy source for the new era.
And so in the new era, you need to use data and to accumulate data so that the enterprise can go further. This is the solution that CADEX is offering. We're not just providing a single component of the solution, but the entire solution that includes all the aspects of the remedy, because we cannot simply make a product just based on one component of the solution. So in conclusion, Solid Edge can serve as a starting point, especially for small to medium-sized enterprises. It may be difficult for SMEs to incorporate the entire Siemens solution, but you can actually start with Solid Edge, as this is specifically tailored for SMEs. And once again, it's our pleasure to be part of the ecosystem, and I look forward to having more interactions and to work together to upgrade the industry in Taiwan. So for CADEX, we want to take advantage of Siemens's strengths and bring the best to Taiwan enterprises. Okay, thank you very much. We'd now like to share Industrial Internet of Things from ICPDS Vice General Manager, Mr. Chen. Let's welcome Frank Chen. Good afternoon, everyone. I think we're a bit behind the schedule, so I'll try to be as fast as possible. The two previous presenters talked about design and software-assisted design. So for ICPDS, we want to assist the more traditional companies and those that cannot move directly into digital twin. So what can these companies do? I think we can look at this from 4 parts. The first would be, what's the core of Industry 4.0 from our perspective? And I'll be sharing with you applications in Thailand and Indonesia. And finally, how ICPDS can help you, as well as the role we played. So first off, in Industry 4.0, the most important thing from our perspective is the exchange of data, how we acquire the data, and how we utilize it. Therefore, first off, we need to have a sound system to collect the right data, because look at it this way. If the data collected is wrong, then you can simply not make the right decision if you base your decision on those data. That's actually the key to digitalization. Many years ago, when we talked about Industry 4.0 or Manufacturing 4.0, the question I got the most was, is there a standard for Industry 4.0? And the second question that I heard most was, so how much do I need to spend? I remember going to Thailand, and a Taiwanese businessman once shared that a suggestion he got was To engage in Industry 4.0, just buy a new machine or a Industry 4.0 certified machine. Well, I would say this suggestion has some truth in it, but that's not a full picture, because for Industry 4.0, what we need is to optimize the entire process. And the starting point in this optimization process is getting the right data. If we look at traditional factories, we have skilled workers that are able to base their decisions on past experience. It is difficult for us to quantify that experience or to record that experience. So we need to first try to record that experience, which we call data mining, and then we have to allow that experience to be shared, which is data visualization. So if we talk about data mining first, we need to first look at the entire manufacturing process. Which segment has the most to do with quality? Which segment has room for improvement? How do you allow the inexperienced workers to achieve the same level of quality as the experienced worker through assistance? For on-site collection, you can use SCADA. But after you get the data, you need to think how you use that data. And that is actually the goal for Industry 4.0. Once you are able to collect the right data, what do you do with it? The question that often comes up next is, how much data do I need? For example, for a factory, the CO2 level might be important. If the CO2 level is high, especially in the meeting room, people may fall asleep. So you might need to have breaks in between. For factories, you may have voltages, electric components, the rotation speed, etc., that have to do with the manufacturing process. And pressure, for example. So what you need is, what exactly is the data that you need from your factory? And once you get the data, we are, of course, now familiar with the concept of IoT and cloud-based services. If the data can be accessed easily through tablets or cell phones, then that would be a way for the managers to make use of the data. So that's the basic use scenario. But to know what data is important, we need to know how it's used in the process. Raw data starts out as raw data, and we need to apply meta-information onto it so that it becomes information and not just raw data. That is, we need to turn data into messages from the process. And by looking at that further, we can turn it into knowledge. For example, if you collect the rotation speed from a machine, that's just raw data. But if the rotation speed tells you something about the process, that becomes a message. And if you know which rotation speed actually is the most optimized speed, that becomes knowledge. And with that knowledge, you can move into the next step, which is modeling. That is, to replicate the successful experience. For digitalization and digital transformation, we need to engage in the modeling process. Sometimes I call this deep learning, because once we have the models, we can replicate it, and finally, we can make the right decisions. So, for example, which model to use and which model would benefit the company's current plans the most at this point in time. So this entire process basically, as it can be said, to enhance our prediction capabilities in a way. this applies to knowing when to carry out maintenance for machineries. And not only would this save expenses for the clients, but also this would provide business opportunities for companies like us who would know when to provide services to the clients. This is what I mean by analysis of data and how that is required in order to move into Industry 4.0. With that, I'd like to talk about big data. The picture on the left shows actually the raw data. Nothing is organized and everything is in chaos. But after sorting, we can see the sequence and see the order. And that's what we do with analytics. But after modeling, we can then turn those raw data into useful information that can be used by decisions. That is big data analysis and what we can do with AI, that is to provide information for decisions to be made. So now I'd like to talk about ICP-DAS's role and what we have provided to our clients. Let's look at the Thailand case. This is a palm oil factory that was set up about 30 years ago by a Taiwan businessman. The challenge this factory faces is as follows. The maintenance cycle is different for the machineries, and the raw material oftentimes is not stably supplied. So what they need is for us to help them make improvements. Of course, some would say, we'll simply rebuild the factory. But of course, as a Taiwan businessman, one would definitely want to go for a more cost-beneficial approach. So this businessman asked us how we can make improvements. So the solution we provided was to use these IoT devices. We installed 12 devices in the first place, and after some time, the client actually asked us to provide devices for all of the production lines because they reported that they're actually able to increase the efficiency by 28%. What we did was we simply used smart meters on the electrical components in the process. So the operating data was recorded by the device, and we could provide further analysis on the collected data. When we first went there on site, what we saw was uneven feeding and inaccurate maintenance cycles of the production lines. So we first suggested installing a smart meter, as you can see from the left. We had the oil extractors, machines 1, 2, and 3 on the left. And by installing a smart meter to record the loading status, we could tell the various loading of the motors. You could see when the loading was high, when the loading was low, or when the machine was actually not running. And this gave us an idea of the utilization rate of the production line. This would also allow an upgrade of the reports, because in the past, as we all know, such reports were done manually, and since it was done manually, it was prone to human error. For example, we might see reports that say machine 2 is currently offline when it's actually still running. So with the power meters, we could get the accurate data directly. In terms of uneven feeding, this happened most often during the nighttime, and that's when the workers slack off. So with this report, we were able to have a clear understanding of what happened during the nighttime shift. And the employees were then able to be gently reminded if the production showed this bigger discrepancy, and that also changed the uneven feeding issue. So this is actually in the Phuket Island, and for this case, it's a solar power station. Since solar energy is quite abundant, we see a lot of solar panels being installed. For this case, the company had 150 sites. And it was difficult for the company to collect the data because the headquarters of this client was actually in Bangkok. So they needed a way to get the electric current data and the PLC from the sites directly and have it shown in the headquarters at Bangkok.
And so this is an application case involving remote monitoring. And this case also in Thailand. My team and also CPC people visit the site. And the company is a duck raising company. And we know that it's quite hot in Thailand. During the transportation process, due to the high temperature, ducks died. As a result, a lot of loss was suffered. And we set up a solution. Through our smart equipment, we can automatically determine whether the temperature is too high, in which case a cooling fan will be triggered automatically. And that way we can reduce the losses of the company. The company can save 2 million bahts a year. And this is a monitoring system in Indonesia. This is a plastic molding machine company. We know that the operating environment in the factory is high temperature. And there is another issue. The operation of the machines cannot stop. So how to connect the system, the different machines is a challenge. So the information that should be linked or should be extracted includes the production volume information. There's another case, also in Indonesia. Indonesia also has a large land area. It has 2G, 3G, and 4G base stations. For these base stations, basically they are battery powered. Through this kind of remote monitoring, we can monitor the status of the battery on a real-time basis so that we can prevent signal from being cut off. And this case involves a traditional gas producing factory. The gas is poisonous, and we have a controller. If anything goes wrong, there will be real-time notification. And this is the last case I'd like to share with you. It's an automated factory. And through our control system, we can issue alarms if anything goes wrong. And in combination with the local signs, the people in the factory can be evacuated in time in case of any fire hazard. Through our IoT technologies, we can collect data and conduct computing of the data. And more importantly, we can send data anywhere we want. And then we can connect machines to networks. Our products are used not only in Dubai Tower, but also in Taipei 101, and also even they are used by voyage recorders on board fishing boats. So there are a lot of applications for the products of my company. Our technologies have the following characteristics: innovative design, high quality products. More importantly, we provide professional services. And our services cover the time period before the customers decide to buy our products. And also, we can send our people to conduct a local service on site if anything goes wrong. And also during the pandemic and also during the shortage of raw materials, we also have, we can still deliver products in time because of our, we have a very good inventory management system. Thank you very much. Now it's a tea break. Please come back to the venue by 2:35.
各位贵宾，活动即将开始，麻烦请尽速就座，谢谢您的配合。各位贵宾，我们下一个场次还有非常多精彩的内容要与各位分享。
Right, please take your seats. We'll be moving into the third session. Distinguished guests, welcome back to the International Forum. We talked about digital operations and its empowerment. Our next topic will be controlling change and auxiliary components. Let's hear from Executive Director Lin from Shu Enterprise on smart monitoring. President Zhang from CPC, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor and pleasure to be here, and a very good afternoon to all. On behalf of Shu Enterprise, I'd like to first give a brief introduction. We are celebrating our 40th anniversary this year, and we've been providing auxiliary components in automation control systems for the past 40 years. For Shuyou, we have 3 business groups. The first would be automation and automated components. We have a lot of friends and peers in the audience today. We have drivers and the step motors, servo motors. Shuyou also has developed our own automated control system and auto control components. We sell to semiconductor manufacturers, robotics manufacturers, and as well as auto manufacturers, etc. In terms of automation, and we are from Orotech. Orotech has this is so if in Orotech we have been focusing on areas that others have not delved into deeper, especially, for example, the PCB cutter and well as peripheral devices for PCB cutters. Products often used would include, for example, the notebooks and PCBs for use in notebooks. We also use robotics to help our customers in SI system integration. We sell the key components or the robotic arm and assist in the SI integration. Another product type that we have would be in energy saving and structural safety. This might be not that related to your core business, but this is closely related to energy saving and structural safety for buildings. When we look at smart homes, for example, sensors that detect rain and wind and allow automatic opening or closing of the blinders is very important. Here we see the actual applications. The high-speed rail stations, for example, we have the exhaust air exchange vaults, and these would all come with the automated controlled blinds. We were established in 1980, and we've been established for close to 42 years. We started out as a distributor, but now we are able to offer our own branded products. And we're looking to working with others as a partner. Starting from the 1990s, we participated in the Product Excellence Award on an annual basis, and we were able to win the award every year. For this year, this is the latest Orotech product that received this award. Well, this product was meant for a company that uses a fruit as its logo. And for end customers like this, they actually have strict requirements for its suppliers. And we're actually providing this to the suppliers so that they can meet this company's requirements and demands. Here we have the customer base for our homemade products. This slide shows the awards that we received over the years. This would include the Excellence Reward, National Quality Award, the Product Image Award, etc. And these are awards given by the Industrial Development Bureau. For business missions and goals, we look to including laser use, image processing, motion control with AI and green energy technology. Under the vision of the founder, Mr. Yongchang Zhang, we will be providing a complete solution from one source. And that has always been the principle of Orotech. So next, I'd like to share some examples and cases that we have assisted in the past. Well, in terms of challenges that the manufacturing industry has faced, I would say the most severe this year was in logistics. For example, cross-country transportation or shipments were actually forced to make changes, and a lot of the production actually had to be done on site because of the pandemic. Therefore, in response to the customers' needs, they may need to make changes to the production line. Here we see policies promoted by various governments. They could include Industry 4.0 or smart manufacturing, etc. So in the past, a production line would likely look like this. For Orotech, we've worked with many customers, and our experience tells us that it's easy to use robots to replace the traditional manufacturing units. Robotic arms can quickly take the place of these manufacturing stations. And it's also easy to replicate this model. Based on this experience, key modules and key components, we help customers design an automated production line. This slide shows how we use robotic arms in the actual production line. In this case, for example, this is an equipment developed by Orotech, and we've combined it with a robotic arm. And this is used to making connectors. It's currently in use by a Japanese manufacturer. This is also another product that makes connectors, but the PC board is a bit different because it actually contains metal components, and this is also used by a Japanese manufacturer.
This is a company in Italy that specializes in the manufacture of power modules for automobiles. And this is quite a large company. It supplies products to companies such as BMW. We are required by that customer to help integrate a fully automated production line. This case involves a large Japanese company with more than 10 factories all over the world. We added material loading and offloading component to our cutting machines. And this is also automated production line related to automobiles. In this case, since 2019, there was a major PC maker. Its production line, 100% of its overseas production lines in China were pulled out back to Taiwan. And in the past, there are some components that should be put on the substrates. It used to be done manually, but we help the company use an automated system to do this. We have accumulated a lot of use cases. This is not a real picture. This is a snapshot of an innovation because we cannot reveal the identity of the customer. And this is used for inspection and testing in the IC semiconductor industry, particularly for GPU or CPU or high-value products with high performance requirements. And they cannot be the client or the customer cannot tolerate any defect in the products. And our company provide this solution involving robotic arms like this. And we have a material transportation system to work with this system. And through the system, an uninterrupted IC inspection and testing can be conducted. For company F and company P, they have a very similar, they are very well-known cell phone manufacturers. They have a system like this. When a phone like this is completed, you need to spend over 3 minutes for testing using such a system. In addition to the production line automation, we also have worked on robotic arms regarding particularly the parts and components for robotic arms. we can provide robotic kits to customers. We also work with Itri and also companies in Taichung on various projects. And some customers inform us that they wanted to manufacture their robots. And as a result, we provide the kit so that the customers can create their applications at a lower cost that can better tailor to their needs. In addition to that, for many companies in Taichung, many optical manufacturers in Taichung also are looking for automated solutions. And we have helped these customers set up their automated material transportation systems. So I have briefly covered the lines of business of Orotech. I hope that if you have any use for our solutions or any needs for our service, please don't hesitate to contact us. We'll provide you with our best products and services. Thank you very much for the presentation. The next field is precision machinery. The presenter is Ms. Mei Xiao, president of my team. President Zhang of CPC, ladies and gentlemen, I'm the 9th president of the Machine Tool Association. Actually, I'm not from the industry. Actually, I'm from the media. But we have members who are parallel companies. That is, they manufacture different products. Let me briefly introduce my team. My team group consists of different machine tool makers. This is a strategic alliance. In addition to media companies, there are also makers of lathe and cutters, and also trading companies, and also key component makers, gears, electrically controlled cooling machines. So different companies get together to form a strategic alliance. We have 19 members. And under the assistance of CPC, the alliance was created. And we have monthly, well, the fourth Wednesday each month, we conduct our regular meetings. Well, let me then briefly introduce you what our members do. Perfect, that's the company. And I'm introducing the company by the order of their admission. It was established in 1988. It specializes in a grinder. It's an old company. Now the business owner is the second generation owner of the founder. This is the website of the company, and this is the product. Well, these are the products. The product lines are quite comprehensive, and the company is export-oriented. You can see different series of products, or CNC, ODP, or ADP, or in all series of machine tools. Now let's look at the second company. Jesse. It's also a very well-known old company, and it specializes in high-precision lathes. and also LineNet numerically controlled lathes. Let's look at the website. It has a larger product or computer-assisted series of product. Now the second generation business owner is operating this company, and 90% of the products are exported. And the products applications include aerospace, Manford. Actually, these companies I've just introduced are quite well known in Taiwan in the field of machine tools. And now the second generation business owner is operating the company. The product or the equipment manufactured by the product, but the company is mostly exported. You can see a lot of CNC series of machine tools. There are different styles of high-speed processing machines. You can see a full array of CNC products. Let's check out the website of the company. So actually, the products are quite aesthetically beautiful, including the performance. Actually, the cost, the CP performance is very good. Manford is an excellent company in the field of CNC equipment. Mega is also an old company which was established in 1980. It specializes in grinding machines or sewing machines. Let's check out the website. This company is also export-oriented. It also has a wide array of products, mostly sewing machines. And it has many distributors in different parts of the world. Michelin Precision Company specializes in the manufacture of different types of cutters. And let's check out the website. You can see that it has a wide array of products, including different cutters and also the equipment into which the cutters can be incorporated, and also the parts and accessories for lathes and also grinders. If you need to find suppliers of the parts and components, you can approach this company. Ceylon actually it manufactures machine tools. It also has a trading operation. In early times, it was a trading company. It helped other companies export their products. But now, Ceylon also has its own factories, and it has its own CNC production system or milling machine systems. Let's check out the website. This company, all of the products of the company are exported. We can look at the product array. You can see what are listed here are just part of the product portfolio. If you are looking for machine tool and also machine tool parts and components, you can approach this company. And Jinde is a company that primarily manufactures electrically controlled systems, and also it works on CNC integration solutions. It works with other CNC manufacturers. Its specialty is in systems and electrical and mechanical integration. It does not have a website, but its processing business is quite prosperous. It has also dealt with also CNC milling machines. Aristech has worked with the academia quite often. It's often reported and covered by the media, and it has fulfilled its corporate social responsibility by making a lot of donations, and it has CNC machine tools as well. Let's check out the website.
Okay, we're now waiting for the website to load. Maybe let's skip Aristech and we'll move on to the next partner. Right, so we have Aristech's website. As you can see, for wire cutting and electro cutting, this is one of the more renowned names in Taiwan. Next, for Pro Auto Bar Feeder, they focus on the automatic bar feeders for lathes. And in the recent years, they've also focused on robotic arms that can be used in automation process. They now act as a representative for the Coma robotic arms, which is an Italian brand, and the Obo Robotics from the US. So Pro also has product that work with these robotic arms. And now allow me to show you the website. For Pro, you can see that they started the automated business quite early on. Therefore, a lot of their orders now actually are for their automated products. Next, we have Phone GX. Phone GX actually manufactures feeding systems. This company was established in 1975 and has a long history as well. And I'd like to take you to their website. I think almost every machine tool manufacturer knows Phone GX because since they make conveyors and feeders, they're actually the first choice whenever a company needs conveyors here in Taiwan. Next, J&M. J&M is actually our company, and we provide the media services. We have always been working in the media industry. In the past, we assisted precision manufacturing companies to present themselves in exhibitions. For example, the various machine tool exhibitions. And we would act as the representative of these clients at these exhibitions. I would say this is our website. And the reason that we have been in this industry for so long is because you can have good products, but you also need good communication skills and good marketing in order to sell the products to potential clients. So other than acting as a media agent, We also provide the CIS design and visual designs in our services. Right. Our next partner in my team is Praise. This is a rather unique company in Taiwan because they manufacture mostly grinders. And they're different from Pro because if you look at their website, you'll see that they focus on the more large-scale utilizations. Praise makes machineries meant for manufacturing, for example, yachts and wind farm units. Next, we have T-Supply Technology, wind turbines. Okay, T-Supply Technology actually manufactures oil vapor recyclers. This was established in 2015. Next, for DJE, this was established in 1973. They make machineries that weld things. They make welders, or automatic welders. So if you need automatic welders, you can come to DJI. Next, Spinflow. Spinflow manufactures coolers. Maybe I should bring you to their website so that you have a better understanding of what their products are. As you can see, they focus only on this sole type of product. They only make coolers, and their coolers can only be used in machine tools, but also in the IT industry. The healthcare industry also uses their coolers. So you can see that they actually have manufactured. They manufacture coolers for various purposes. Next, we have Defender. This company manufactures covers or retractable covers for their machineries. Next, TJR. They manufacture a CNC regulator. Next, KTR made from. They manufacture hub connectors as well as hydraulic components. I have now gone over the partners in my team group. And although we are just a small group of manufacturers, but you can see that they each have their specialties, and many are the top choice for partners in various industries. So if you need a certain type of product, I'm sure you'd find the best choice in my team. Okay, thank you very much, President Xiao. Next, we'll be talking about smart monitoring. We'll be hearing from Executive Director Lin from Shuyo Enterprise. President Zhang, Dr. Zhang, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm sure since we're already late in the afternoon, it's easy to get a bit sleepy, but allow me to introduce my company, as I'll be giving a brief introduction and I'll also be sharing past cases we've actually worked on in the past. So Shuyo Enterprise was established by the 12 directors who are still present in the company. Some have experience working in foreign companies, and they have experience in various companies. The Shuyo company has branches in Taipei, Taoyuan, Taichung, Tainan, and Kaohsiung. We are an agent for Schneider Taiwan, and we also serve as an agent for Legrand. For Schneider, we present the factory automation for Legrand, the built-in automation, and also a distributor for Banner. Well, I'd like to focus on Banner today because in terms of Industry 4.0, a lot of data needs to be transmitted and collected, and I think Banner would be actually a good choice and closer to the topic today. So in terms of digital transformation, I will be focusing my presentation on these three parts. The first will be IoT, the IO link, OEE, overall equipment effectiveness, and I will then be sharing with you the Taichung showroom, the demonstration site here at CPC. Okay, I think people are familiar with SR95, starting from ERP at the top, and if we go down, we'd see the MES, SCADA, PLC, PCPID, and sensors, actuators, hardware. This is what the pyramid used to look like in the past. But in an Industry 4.0, this has changed. If we look at the sensor level, in the past, they had to go through the PLC to reach the SCADA network. But now sensors can actually utilize different protocols to reach the SCADA network directly. What we're seeing here is in digital transformation, the linkages is actually a very important factor. If the data cannot be transmitted, cannot be analyzed, cannot be recorded, then the data is of no use to the business. We have cloud services that are focused on providing the analysis, but we need to first get the data to the cloud. We are able to find a lot of services that are cloud-based, that are efficient, easy to use, that actually cost-effective for enterprises. But in order for these cloud-based services to work, you need the data to be correctly and efficiently transmitted onto the cloud. So with that, I'd like to talk about IO link. So IO link is actually an open standard communication protocol. And in the past, sensors were single.
What if your devices can tell you what they are doing, how well they are doing, and instantly alert you to problems? Get more out of your devices by gaining control and insight into your sensors with IO-Link solutions from Banner. IO-Link is an open standard.
As you can see, this protocol is actually established through 8 sensor manufacturers, and they formed this standard.
1. Connect. Banner's IO-Link device.
So this is its first advantage.
With universal connectors, this reduces the variety of interfaces.
You can actually consolidate the various types of cables required into just one single type.
Smart sensors with IO-Link let you remotely access sensor readings.
Since it's an open standard, the communication goes 2 ways.
That a sensor needs cleaning before it fails. 3. Control. Remote configuration.
In the past, we cannot apply control functions to sensors, but IO-Link, it's not a problem for IO-Link.
Greater variety of products.
这个就是弹性制造了。
Replace.
Basically, flexible manufacturing. For replace, it's also one of the key components. If you've sensors before, you know that when you switch to a new sensor, you actually have to recalibrate it. But this is not needed for IO-Link. The control parameters can be applied directly to a new sensor. And this is also one of the key points for Industry 4.0. This is called predictive maintenance. The system would know when a sensor is about to break down. Let me say this again. The system knows when a sensor is about to break down. Therefore, if you are a player in this industry, we used to have to wait until a sensor actually breaks down before we know that it's broken. But using this new technology, the system can predict when a sensor is about to fail, and that's based on the trend analysis of its on-off cycle. I talked about, or you saw replace in the clip, and since the I/O link is a two-way communication, you can simply switch the old sensor with a new sensor, and all the parameters and calibrations will be done automatically.
But I'm not going to go into details about predictive maintenance. All you need to do is to install proper sensors so that the sensor can gauge the condition of the machine based on temperature or vibration information. And regarding protection, machine guarding, I think we are also following an approach which is very similar to predictive maintenance. For all the single items, you need to provide MTPF, that is the effective life cycle of the part, so that you will know when the components are going to fail. So we don't need to wait for the shutdown to happen to decide what components should be used for replacement. Another important point is OEE. But OEE also requires information, on-site information, so that useful information can be used. Let me show you the video clip.
Do you know if there's been an extended downtime during a changeover? Do you know if your production line has slowed due to a shortage of parts? You need a way to track the effectiveness of your entire process. Track your uptime, validate your throughput, and monitor your quality using Banner Engineering's TL70 wireless tower lights, Q45 part counting sensors, or other wireless sensors along with the DXM wireless controller to calculate your overall equipment effectiveness. Overall Equipment Effectiveness, or OEE, is a formula that calculates manufacturing productivity and enables you to identify causes of lost production and gain insight on process improvements. OEE is a function of total production availability, performance, and quality. Availability is the percentage of your equipment's uptime in respect to your total planned production time. Performance is the percentage of your system's speed compared to the ideal. And quality is the percentage of good parts produced that pass your quality standard. Multiply all of those measures, and you get your overall equipment effectiveness percentage. Banner's TL70 tower lights with wireless connectivity can track uptime, downtime, and cycle times on your machine, which enables you to calculate availability and performance. Wiring a sensor into the tower light enables you to count good parts and track quality. Banner's Q45 wireless photoelectric sensors count the in-feed and out-feed of machines and enable you to monitor machine states, production rates, and count good and bad parts produced. The production data is sent to the DXM wireless controller. It can use the data to calculate OEE metrics, generate time-stamped data logs, send data to the cloud, and generate text and email alerts. Monitor throughput to increase uptime and cycle time. Improve processes by identifying causes of lost production. Collect OEE data and optimize your operation. The future of industrial monitoring is made by Banner. More
So when you have a formula for you to So when you have a formula like this, some people may be perplexed or may have some kind of a myth. What do I mean by a myth? We visited a company which conduct casting operation at the beginning of last month. They say, our work involves only manual labor. How can I calculate OEE? I told him that you don't need to calculate OEE. Actually, that operation is not covered by our scenario. Take TSME, for example, 97% of its performance result is 97%. And so when we use, this is a tool that we can use to evaluate the performance of the production line. But for some traditional operation involving only manual operation, this does not apply. Now I'd like to use the CPC Taichung showroom as an example. This was something that happened in 2018. At that time, we were on the first floor discussing the structure of the showroom because I think CPC was keen on conducting education and training. We need to we did not focus on production capacity. In the industry, production capacity is the most important, but CPC has to consider training and education. So at that time, we work from the bottom layer. For example, Siemens PLC, Mitsubishi's PLC, and then we added servo, and then SCADA, and all the way up the cloud machine advisor. And this is covered by the products of Schneider. But we were considering how we can move up to the level of SCADA. So at that time, we use IO-Link. As I showed, as the video clips have demonstrated. And then after our discussion, we started to implement our ideas. So this is the results, as you can see right now. But these are not Shuyo's products. This is a material picking system from another company called Zhou Boshi, and this is provided by Liansheng. And this is the grinder, and there are two machines from Orotech. And this is an ultrasonic sensor from Banner. And here, we have a SCADA, or Schneider's IPC. And below that, you can see an MDI. So you have visited our basement, and you can see that after the QR code is scanned, the data is transmitted by this device. And this is MES Plus. Then you may wonder, where is Shoyu? Shoyu is here. All the information is gathered here, is collected here for integration. Now this is now. What about the future? In the future, we hope that this system can be applied by the industry, not just a showroom. Thank you very much, President Lin, for your presentation. Now we are going to listen to the last presentation today. The CTO, Mr. Zhuo Yongliu, CTO of Onward Security. Let's welcome him. Good afternoon. I'm very happy to have this opportunity to share with you a topic that is about cybersecurity. I've listened to the other presentations. I have learned a lot. However, cybersecurity is quite different from other areas of security. For a long time, we hope that we can do our job better and faster and more precise. However, the concept of cybersecurity contrarily will make people balk and hesitate to dedicate resources in the beginning. A few years ago, I was in discussion with my colleagues from the same industry. I was asked this question. Do you know why cars can run faster? Because we have brakes. That's why car makers can develop faster cars so that the cars can move faster. Cybersecurity is just like a brake. Through the protection of cybersecurity and establishment of relevant systems, your systems and your facilities can enjoy more freedom, more security, so that you are allowed more freedom to do what you want to do. Now, I'm going to talk about the cybersecurity requirements for smart factories based on our experience. And this is a brief introduction of my company's Onward security company. This company is very young. We just celebrated our 7th birthday. We hope that we can continue to provide cybersecurity services. In the past, you may have you have been in contact with different cybersecurity. They have focused on IT solutions, but we hope that we can provide our service solutions for IoT or internet communication applications. So based on these needs, we have set up our cybersecurity lab, and Onward Security is retained by other customers to conduct different inspection and testing. And also, over the years, there are also requirements, cybersecurity requirements for smart manufacturing. Our company can also help the customers meet the requirements of government projects and also foreign customers. You may have heard Amazon. Amazon has Echo. It corresponds to iOS X. It's quite enthusiastic and open, so that its cloud services can be used or available to different companies. However, the requirement that if you want to access Alexa, you need to pass certification, security certification. And Onward has become one of the labs entrusted by Amazon to conduct the certification or the testing. You may know that IoT has these relevant security requirements. However, we know that for automated production, automated vehicles, there are international standards. Even for medical devices, you need to pass corresponding security tests and review before you can sell your products in corresponding countries. Currently, FDA has this requirement. Taiwan FDA has adopted corresponding security requirements this May. So you may wonder why your products need to pass the security certification, but in reality, in many industries, such standards have emerged, and manufacturers are required to pass different certification. So this slide shows the services that we provide for your reference. For smart manufacturing, there is a very popular or very structure which is called IEC 62443. It's not a single structure. It's not just a single standard. It's a series of standards, and a series of standards is to help production automation companies to have a standard for them to follow. In the past, when you discuss with factory operators, when you say cybersecurity is important, they say that it's a business of IT. But the standard is for the environment of OT, but in the past, you may think that the standard only applies to a particular environment or particular group of people within the company. But however, under IEC 62443, there are 3 different roles. If you are the owner, you are the asset owner, or if you are an operator or a systems integrator, or if you're just a product or software supplier, you have corresponding requirements that you need to satisfy. You may feel that it's kind of complex. Let me give you a clear example for you. Today, I came to Taichung by high-speed rail from Taipei. And high-speed rail plays this role. That's the railway company. But of course, high-speed rail company does not establish the track itself or the SCADA system. It definitely has to retain a contractor or other contractors to create the tracks. So in the deployment stage or the maintenance stage, other companies may be retained to perform relevant work.
But for these companies, when they are purchasing PLCs or sensors or SCADA software or other systems, you might actually see third parties, for example, Schneider or Siemens, that provide these systems. If you use more than one system provider, then you do need a way to integrate the various systems. So you can see that as an owner of this site, you might not only be having different components, but also different systems in place. For example, if you're a railway company, you're actually the 2-1. System integrators would be 2-4 and 3-3. Operators would be both in 2-4 and 3-3. As for device suppliers, being 4-1 and 4-2. So different players in this picture would have to abide by different rules in IEC. For a site owner, in order to create a IEC 62443 compliant site, the owner would need to ask all the suppliers to meet the 62443 standard in order to establish the SOW. And these service providers and suppliers will then be required to meet this environment in setting up the intranet environment. And they will need to purchase the PLCs and other peripheral components. And all these components need to meet the IEC standard. So this is how a safe OT or a safe intranet environment is created. And therefore, that's how this ties in with your business. That is, for every security program, it actually comes with records and security items. All the processes, methodologies, and records will have to be documented. And this would also include the architecture and the management, as well as the authority and documentation. So if you look at the comparison between ISO 27001 and IEC 62443-2, then you can see that for ISO, this is focused more on business buildings, on companies that utilize information management systems. But for the IEC standard, this is targeted more towards the manufacturers. So the biggest difference here would be in terms of security, the CIA, that is confidentiality, accessibility, and integrity. So in ISO, the most important part is confidentiality, so that C would come in first. But in terms of the IEC standard, you would see that confidentiality is actually not that important. The most important issue would be accessibility. We want to make sure that accessibility comes first. And on top of that, the information is confidential. So it's actually the other way around for IEC compared with ISO standards. Therefore, this would actually be the key difference between the ISO standard and the IEC standard. So other than site security, we also see product suppliers here today, or distributors and agents of foreign companies. It can be a PLC, an industrial computer, or software or SCADA systems. Or maybe you provide cameras and sensors. So if your product is to be used in an IEC 62443 environment, then your product will need to meet the standards security requirements. Oftentimes, when we think of security, we still think of sending our products to a test site, and once the tests are passed, then my products are free to go on sale. But that's no longer the case in IEC 62443, because in terms of healthcare products, up till the components used in automobiles, the previous mentality is no longer applicable. The supplier has to establish such a process in the company in order for the product to pass the requirement. Simply passing the test is no longer enough. The company needs to have such a process in place. And only after this process has been established and recognized can the company's products be certified. I understand that many Taiwan manufacturers have received requests from customers asking for IEC 62443 compliant products. And this is actually a different mentality compared with the previous certification modules. So for IEC, we have here the certificate scheme. You may hear of UL, BB, DECRA, Intertech, and Irvian TUV. These are our certification organizations, and they are at the national level. So they would apply for the they would apply for the qualifications to issue an IEC certificate. And for us, we're the first cybersecurity company who has been accredited by the IEC 62443-4-1 and -4-2 in Taiwan. So what's the benefit of introducing the IEC 62443-4-1? Well, here I have a couple of testaments from customers. Basically, it's easier for them to gain the confidence of their foreign customers, as you can see here. And we've assisted both in acquiring the 4-1 and 4-2 certification. All right. I'd like to share with you one last issue here, and that is in the supply chain. Oftentimes, the prevalent use of open source software would actually entail possible violations to user rights. And in the statement by the White House this year, they've already said that they don't want to purchase any software that may contain backdoor applications or Trojan horses. And therefore, this means that in terms of software, you would also actually have to meet the requirement for software security. That is the software bill of material. by a software bill of material, this is basically a common and machine-readable language to facilitate information exchange in the software supply chain. So here, if you need a SBOM, then we have ways to establish a management system for SBOMs. We also have here some customers' testaments on using our services in managing the SBOM, and this is provided for your reference. So this is the end of my presentation. I hope you've been able to learn something from on this topic. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Mr. Liu, CTO of Onward Security Corporation once again, and let's give all our speakers today another round of applause. I'd like to thank all the ecosystem partners for sharing their experience, and I believe that after hearing to all the presentations, you have a better understanding of this ecosystem. We'd now like to invite Dr. Zhang, President of CPC, to give us the concluding remarks for the day. It has been a pleasure to have so many distinguished experts with us today and our friends online who have joined us in the International Forum on Ecosystem for Smart Manufacturing. We may not have a lot of time to have further discussions today, but I think this is a good beginning. We can further communicate online, and I'm sure a lot of you have exchanged business cards today. If you have not been able to get the contact of a certain party, feel free to come to CPC, and we'll be pleased to introduce you to them. CPC will always be your friend and a good platform for you to expand your business. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, President Zhang. I'm sure this International Forum today will serve as an auspicious beginning for more cooperation in smart manufacturing. Thank you for your participation and attendance. Please remember to take your belongings with you when you leave the room. We have a snack box for you. And remember to take one when you leave the room. You would also see a QR code in your badge. Please scan the QR code with your cell phone and fill out the provided questionnaire. We value your feedback and look forward to providing better services next time. Thank you very much. We hope to see you again.